Hello, hello, hello. Ooh, a little bit louder. Welcome back to another Pillow Pilot stream. It's been a long time since we last streamed, so I thought we'd do another one for a bit of fun. Let's get some stuff on there. There we go. That's not our FPS, don't worry. But that is up and running. Welcome then, everyone. So, today we're taking Concorde from Heathrow to Barbados. We don't fly Concorde often, we only fly it for specials, and I thought, having this being our first stream for about 3 months, it vouched being allowed to fly this plane, so I thought we would. We're in the Chatham Dockyard livery. This is the one they used to fly down. Services to Barbados stopped in 2003 aboard Concorde. But until then, they've been flying, of course, in all the different liveries. But the final one they took was this one. So this is what we are flying today. But we're joined by another Concorde over to our right-hand side. So we'll say hello to him. I just can't tell who it is. So say hi if it is you. I'm just going to do a quick sound check, so if you bear with me, everybody. Cool, that's all good then. Right, I got a desktop audio on. We're getting sound to it. Yeah, we got some sound on board the plane there. Let's turn that one up a little bit. Stand by, so wait. Cool. Well, we're back, aren't we? Yeah, as I said, it's been a while, but right. So all I've done now then, whilst we get into the plane, all I've done so far is this first little checklist on the right-hand side. I haven't done anything else, so we've got all the fun programming to go on to, which I'm looking forward to. So we'll get on to that just in a second now. So, yeah, so we're at Heathrow today. We've got a lot of controllers online here. I'm looking at the left. We've got Heathrow delivery, ground, tower, departure, controls. We've got pretty much every single controller going. There's an event on today, and I think I accidentally have jumped in on that, but that's quite cool. Hopefully we won't get told off. I'm sure we won't. All right, well, tell you what, we'll start with the rest of it. So we turn on our radios. There go the radios, turn on them. And we'll start the rest. So I've got the INS aligning with the lights little flashing there. So they're up and aligning, getting ready to go, which is good. After they finish aligning, we'll begin the rest of it. So we've got to get some fuel on board. Right. Oh, it's been a while, so it's all coming back to me. Flight preparation, that's what I'm looking for. So fuel to Barbados, we're going to need full fuel, I believe. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's full fuel on board. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. 3,700. Well, how far's the route? Let's have a look. How far are we going? 3,678 miles. Yeah, we're going to need pretty much fuel. So, with fuel fully loaded... Oh, I've got to click apply. There we go. Weight jumps around. And then I'm going to go aircraft. I've just got to attach back all the stuff again. There we go. Jumps around with you there. And then we'll get the payload on. So, I guess how much do we want? What's our gross weight? 182. We have in a bit cargo, I guess 99 pounds. It's a holiday maker's holiday, isn't it? So, I assume we'd have lots of people on board. Let's go with that. That's how many people we got on board today. Caterers, everyone's attaching. Look, they're putting the bags in on the bottom of the plane. If we can appreciate the quality here, it's pretty good stuff going on here. The whole thing's been quite good in terms of new quality of graphics and everything. I've got a new CPU, so we are all back up and running at maximum graphics, hopefully. So that's hopefully that will all come back and we'll get some cool shadows and sceneries and stuff. And into Barbados with the special scenery we bought, we should get some nice quality graphics there. Alright, let's begin with the rest then. So Master CBs, get these guys all on. 1, 2, 3. And yeah, anti-stall system's on. We'll get the altimeters set for today, and then we'll get our clearance. Ooh, where's the ATIS? So, out of all the stuff, there's actually no ATIS that I can see for Heathrow, even though we've got all the controls on. There must be somewhere, I must just be missing it. Let's find this one. Must be somewhere. Where's the ATIS? Oh, we'll get that up as we go. So, rad instrument switch set to rad. 250 knots, we're going to select on the auto throttle there. That's our initial speed. Just whilst I'm looking at it, I'll do that. Nav lights are on. Fuel heaters set to auto. Secondary air doors, definitely auto. We're taking off with full reheat. Engine limiters to low. Batteries are on and normal. Good. Right, now we've got to begin the long enduring process of putting all this. We need a new EGL scenery and JFK. We certainly do, don't we? DB Veta, hello. Yeah, Heathrow scenery. The Aerosoft one is quite old. This is actually default scenery I'm running. I think, yeah, that's kind of obvious. But yeah, I didn't really want to buy the Aerosoft one because I've been told it's sort of out of date and things. It doesn't look very good. So, as I say, some new scenery would be fantastic. Any developers watching, let's get some new scenery in. Oh, well, I'll take the 80s from Gatwick. I think it just must be my end. I can't see the 80s over here. Right, 1006. That's the one. That's 290. Cool. That's the altimeter set. So we're going to get the waypoints plugged in because for Concorde they don't change us because we're on the supersonic routes. So I've got it typed out on a piece of paper here. If you join the Discord through the link in the description, we have all the Concorde routes for the major routes it would do. So, you know, Barbados, JFK. It went to Keflavik a few times, so we've got that one in. And, of course, vice versa, JFK to Heathrow and Barbados to Heathrow, both ways. And a few extras that have been put in there by some mods and things and the community. So, it's pretty groovy. Right, let's get the waypoints put in. The first one then, of course, Compton. 5129 north. 0.5, I forget the 5. And 00113.2. There we go. That's just, you know, your latitude and longitude of the first waypoint. We can only put in 9, but we have got to get through them, so I'll just keep typing in. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Taking a while. This is always the longest process. Normally the first officer would be doing this, and we could be doing a nice cool walk around or something like that. Doing some, you know, aircraft setting up stuff. Groovy. Number 4, Merly. The King Ace, hello, how you doing? Number 4, oh, what, yeah, 5120.0. West, 00. It's a little bit laggy clicking in the flight deck here, so occasionally miss out of numbers. I've got to make sure I don't do that. Number 5, Leslie. 5100.0. West, 00800.0. So for the Barbados route today, then we make the departure out to the waypoint Leslie, almost the same exactly. It was exactly the same as Concorde would to JFK, but then we deviate almost sort of immediately after that waypoint and start heading sort of southwestish towards Barbados. Our route is sort of unique. I think it's unique. Or no, maybe the transatlantic ones are unique. I think it's unique to Concorde, and that allows us to, you know, get out of the way of planes or whatever. But because we're so high, it doesn't really matter. We're above all the typical cruising subsonic buses anyway. Cool. I'm just typing these in. 0, 2, 3, 5, 3.0. As you were saying about the scenery, actually, flying into Barbados, I've got the payware scenery. I don't know who made it. I'll have to find that out in a minute when we're airborne. But I got the payware scenery, so that makes it a little. I typed in that wrong. That makes it a little bit better in terms of how it looks. But as you say, for Kennedy, I bought this payware scenery that came. It keeps forgetting the 0. My bad. Sorry. Hold on. 136.0 west 0. That's the one. There we go. Must have been my bad. And there we go, that's 9 waypoints, that's all we can do for now. That's typed in. Good. So we've got altimeter set, radnav set. We'll start doing them in a minute. Clock, we better set to chrono. Fuel flow bugs, well, they're down here. We can just sort of, as long as they're on 0, which they are, that's fine. ASI and pitch index. Oh. Slide the chair back so I can see. ASI, let's just check that's all looking flat. Yeah, I'll set this up to 13.5. That is the point where if we raise the nose to that whilst on the ground, or the rear wheels are still on the ground, we'll get a tail strike. We don't want to do that. So we'll avoid that at all costs. Meanwhile, the INS have aligned, so we can put them to the nav position now, as they have aligned properly. And we'll get our clearance. Just thinking I haven't missed anything, have I? No. We'll get our clearance though. Let me get my piece of paper out. I go write it down. Right. Piece of paper and pen. Located. Next thing we need to do, we need to tune up to the delivery frequency 121975. Oh. No, it's quite close to the top, and you can't go back in this because it's sort of simulating the mechanical system that Concorde run, so you can't go back, which is sometimes a little bit annoying. Sorry, I'll turn that one down.
Report your aircraft type and stand number.
Nope.
Airbus A320 and stand to 18 left, Swiss 50 Juliet.
Cool.
33 Juliet,
Let's get
information is go Juliet, strict modem U1 Juliet, departure, squawk.
Oh, we broke up slightly there as you were saying it.
3-1.
So we are, if I get the AV tab out, what's going on there?
Clear to Zurich, information Golf, departure, modem U1
Goodness me, what's going on there?
and squawk is 3531, Swiss 33 Juliet.
So we are expecting, that's weird. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll quickly ask whilst we've got a gap. Heathrow delivery, Speedboat Concorde 273 is on stand 421, and Concorde requesting IFR clearance to Barbados, please, sir.
Speedboat 223 Heathrow, good afternoon, cleared to Barbados. I've lost you in my departure list. There you are. Cleared Barbados via competent and flight plan route. After departure, runway 9 right. Climb straight ahead to 2 then turn right, heading 220 degrees. Climb to altitude 6,000 feet and squawk 7506.
Write it all down. Speedboat Concorde 273 is cleared Compton off 09 right, and when we approach 2 London, right 200, climbing 6,000, initially squawk 7506. Speedboat Concorde 273?
273 negative, the right turn heading 220 degrees.
220. Right 220, apologies. Speedboat Concorde 273.
273, readback corrects information, Golf QNH 1006.
Copy. Okay, information Golf, yeah. Alright, let's get this information. So initially on departure, 220, so we're going to pull that out because that's what we'll turn to. From the London DME, which is 113.6. I've got Compton set up on the co-pilot side. 6,000 set in the altitude. And 7506 into the box.
F510, Heathrow delivery, good afternoon, readability 5.
Hopefully, and there we go. Alright, cool. That is good. That's all good. That's what we're looking for. Right. So we'll carry on. So we've got the waypoints inserted. We've got our clearance. I'm happy I've set up this. Oh, hold on. Actually, I'm going to dial that round to what is. This should be about 281, I think it is. That's the official one. Alright, so that's all set up. Happy with that. We were expecting a different one, which we haven't been given yet.
272, Heathrow delivery, hello, report your stand number.
So, that's been set. We've got the engine feed pumps next to go on. Oh.
272,
My keyboard isn't working.
Cleared Barbados via competent and flight plan route. After departure, runway 9 right, climb straight ahead to London 2 DME, then turn right
Why is it not
heading
working?
220 degrees.
Oh, I'll know why.
Altitude 6,000 feet with squawk 03.
That's why. I'm still typing in here. There we go. Right, so, this is our Concorde, to our right. We'll get the pushback set up. The last time I did this, it was a little bit too fast, so I think if you go straight back, yeah, you can just about push. Quite a tight little turn. 6,000 set, we got the nav lights on. We are ready to start, so we'll get the engine feed pumps on.
2 stations at once first, Finnair 510, report your stand number.
Just wait for people to continue loading. Anti-collision lights are on, and we'll get the baggage all away.
Cleared to Warsaw, Brookmos Park, 6 Juliet departure.
Get the catering trucks away.
37, the QNH 10.
I would assume the fuel truck is still going. There's a lot of fuel to load on board today. But he might have finished up, actually. Yeah, I assume he's finished now. Cool. Send them away.
Bravo Papa Kilo 6 Juliet.
Groovy. Let's get the tug to drive up.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Clearance. And Heathrow delivery Speedboat Concorde 273, ready, push and start.
Good, 273, squawk 7506.
Oops, I've got 7506, apologies, Speedboat Concorde 273. I forgot to flip the switch. I typed it in, but I hadn't put it in. My bad. That's quite loud, that. Sorry about that.
510, read back correct. Brake, Speedbird 273, hold position, contact ground 121.9. Good afternoon.
Contact the ground on 121.9 at Speedboat Concorde 273. Good afternoon.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Speedbird 273, push and start approved.
Alright, that's all good. Get the engine started. We had to get that push clearance before we could start lighting up the engine. Look for the engine up the end start rising.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
73 Lima, ready for taxi. 3 Mile, taxi or Alpha, hold taxi. Alpha Star Station, 3 Lima.
On ground, this is Swiss 33 Juliet with you, ready for push and start.
Swiss 33 Juliet, push and start approved, face south.
Push are approved, facing south, Swiss 33 Juliet.
Air France 251, we are ready for taxi. Air France 251, taxi via Lima, right on Alpha, hold Hawker. Taxi to Lima, Alpha, hold short hotel, Air France 251.
Starting pushback.
Speedbird 631, runway 09 left, vacated on Alpha.
631, continue Alpha, left Bravo, stand 537.
We're on our way.
Alpha left Bravo and stand 537, Speedbird 631.
Start moving, hopefully.
Correction, Lima, Alpha and Orca, holding short, France 251, thank you. Level 3 Lima, Tower 118.5. 185, brother.
As we push back down, it's not actually that far back.
Ground, good afternoon, Thomas 454, stand 221, ready for push and start. Thomas Cook 454, push and start is approved, face west. Approved, face west, Thomas Cook 454. That's 3, people whiskey, the aircraft will be moving shortly. Continue Lima, Lima, right on Bravo, hold short of Kilo.
Continue Lima, hold short on Bravo, and say the next.
That's 8 Lima Whiskey, it's Lima, right on Bravo, and then hold short of Kilo.
Right on Bravo, hold short on Kilo, Lufthansa Lima Whiskey.
Heathrow Ground, Spirit 776, that's as a right bar stand and shutting down the engines. Thank you for ATC.
Thanks, flight, bye.
Operation complete. Set
Heathrow
parking
Ground
brake.
and Foxtrot Charlie Mike. Mike,
Connecting code.
waking
Stand by.
runway 09 left, right. Requesting taxi to parking.
Delta Foxtrot Charlie Mike, Mike taxi left onto Bravo, stand 334.
Taxi left onto Bravo, stand 334. Delta Foxtrot Charlie Mike.
Ground, good afternoon, Speedboat Concorde 272 Heavy, stand 419, ready for push and start.
Spirit 272, roger.
Ready for taxi, Swiss 33 Juliet.
Switch 33 Juliet, taxi by Kilo, hold short of Alpha.
Taxi Kilo, hold short of Alpha, Swiss
Very
33 Juliet.
disconnected. A bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Spirit 272, I see you pushing, you were not cleared for push. There's an aircraft behind you to taxi. Assuming you two are together, was he happy for you to do that?
Oh, I thought you cleared us for push and start. Sorry about that, Speedboat going too heavy.
And so my response was roger.
So this Concorde, yeah, because I'm on that
Lufthansa 8 Lima Whiskey, after the A320 passes from right to left. Taxi Kilo, stand 217.
Alright, about 321, and the next please say again, the gate.
Lufthansa 8 Lima Whiskey, so that's the A320, just passing your right to your left. Then take a right onto Kilo, stand 217.
Alright, Kilo, stand 217, Lufthansa 8 Lima Whiskey, thank you.
Swiss 33 Juliet, behind the A340, continue out for hold Hawker. Swiss 33 Juliet, continue via Alpha, hold at Hawker.
Continue via Alpha, Swiss 33 Juliet.
Because when we're this heavy, we're almost at the maximum close rate we can't get. Max takeoff rate, we're 3 tons off max takeoff rate. This is as heavy as Concorde gets. So, next thing we do, turn on the radar. 100. And ground set, aircraft is ready. A quick flight control check. We are up. Neutral, down, right, switching, left. Neutral, so aircraft is fully ready. We'll get on the rest of it. So auto ignition goes on. Push static heaters and ABS components. Seatbelt signs, we'll just check it on. Arm the emergency grapple weapon.
Speedboat Concorde 272 Heavy, ready to taxi 09 right, information Golf.
Swiss 272, thank you, taxi Sierra. Sorry, taxi Victor, left Sierra, hold Sierra 11.
To left Sierra, Sierra 1109 right, so that's Speedboat Concorde 272 Heavy.
4 ready for taxi, able for intersection departure November 7th.
Squawk 474, you can expect not to have the intersection by Bravo, halted Oster.
Bravo, second holding the point.
Oster.
Bravo, hold Oster, Thomas Cook 45.
And 24, I'm shutting down, thank you for your service. Goodbye.
9999 radio test.
Okay, Delta Foxtrot Charlie Mike Roger, break, JetBlue 9999, your readability was 5, but it sounds like you can't hear the frequency. Concorde 273, taxi Victor left Sierra hold Sierra 11.
Victor left Sierra, Sierra 1. Oh, you hear that beeping until we get it rolling. There we go. Just do a quick brake check there. So I look for brake.
Hello ground, good afternoon. Speedbird 512, request pushback and engine startup. Speedbird 512, that is stand 533, push and start to approved face south.
Can look a little bit weird.
Speedbird and engine startup forward to facing south, Speedbird 512.
Model matchmaking is about 60 feet, 100 feet back from where he actually is in model matchmaking. So you get weird things going on. Alright, we're just checking the rudder moves. Left, right, neutral, that's all good. And we've got taxi checkers, so I will CG flight level.
Fuel trim 2, takeoff.
The limiter's been set. We set all the pressure to dash meters. I think they're not really waiting for the Concorde to taxi.
Kilo Whiskey on Blux, 5 terminal, see you next time, bye bye. It's a flight like.
F510 gate 340 right, ready for push and start.
Finnair 510, push and stand 340, push and start is approved, face south.
Push and start approved, face south, Finnair 510.
You're about 40 feet ahead of the nose. Cool, right, get on to taxi down here. Yeah, on. Stand by. So for this flight today, I'm not doing any turning the flight stages, so he'll be doing that all for us. So we have to do this complicated flying. Once we get into cruise, we might start doing it. So, I didn't even explain where we're taxiing. It's been given that we're flying sort of we're going Sierra Victor there now, Sierra. We're just following the Concorde headers, going all the way. So a bit of a taxi. For simulation, your B272. Glad to have you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just glad to see you. I'm glad you're flying with us. Thank you. I didn't know that was you, so that's a good response. Thank you very much. Thanks for flying with us.
Added camera 11 to category cockpit.
It's always nice to have you fly.
Camera saved.
Gravity high. How can you get some free aircraft for Xplane 11? Oh, well, I might think a bit quiet. Sorry about that. Well, I'm no expert. Free aircraft for Xplane 11. It's quite difficult in some cases, just because of the way it all sort of goes. But to be honest, I'm sure you could. I don't know where you get them from, to be perfectly honest.
51 approaching Orca.
I'm not sure where they're found, where you get them. Yeah, not me. Most of the free ones don't work. Right. Xplane sort of Microsoft Flight Simulator. You can get some good freeware, from all the different producers. There's some really good ones out there. And in fact, they're releasing the A380 soon, aren't they? I saw that fly-by-wire simulations. Is that me?
Contact Tower 118.5. Thanks for services. Goodbye.
It's 320 Juliet, taxi
Hopefully it wasn't us. Anyway, yeah, so the free ones in Xplane 11, it's more difficult. Xplane relies on sort of payware, to be honest. So this Concorde I'm flying today, this is payware. And so are most of my other aircraft. It can mean, you know, your prices really do suddenly jump up. But, yeah, there's not really much freeware out there for Xplane. I don't know if any of you guys in the chat know more than I do. I don't think there are many freewares out there. That I know of. Right, to make things easier, these are all going to start flashing. It's quite annoying. Just ignore them. I'm pre-selecting them, if that makes sense. So that when we get into the air, I can turn the flight directors on and just follow them, in theory. Which is what we want to do, really. Yeah, most of I've got a couple of freewares.
I think we are ready. Speed will do something early.
272, thank you. From Sierra 11, the service wind 1006 knots, 09 right for takeoff.
09 right, clear for takeoff, speed bird 272 heavy.
Is this ground? Oh, this is weird. South tower, we're on 09 right. So we're theory on the south, aren't we? That's weird. Ground just gave me clearance to take off. This is bizarre. I don't...
Swiss 332, contact November Bravo 18, November Bravo 11.
Have I got some... Am I listening to two frequencies at once here?
Okay, 32 November Bravo 11, Swiss 3 Juliet.
Let's do 272, if you can monitor me on tower now, 118.5.
118.5, speed will Concorde 272 heavy.
Ah, so he monitors the tower, but he's been given clearance to take off. Interesting. Maybe that's... you know, of course it'll be right. You know, these guys are the controllers. I was just sort of surprised when I heard ground giving a takeoff clearance. Going a bit quick round this corner, but it's only a small turn. We'll see this big queue. We're going to get stuck in the queue, aren't we? He's going to get off. That's no bad thing, though. Concorde's having a bit of separation. Is that an A340? I assume it's the Tollis 600. Well, it's model match to the 500.
510. You get to be facing north from south, that's not a problem. Taxi left, Echo, right, Bravo, hold Oscar.
No, it's a good looking plane.
Let's hold Bravo.
It's a good looking plane. Yeah, of the planes we fly on this channel, this is got to be the nicest one.
Hold Oscar.
Bit quick round these corners.
Thomas got 454 tower, 1 minute, 5 bye.
That's right, there goes the Concorde. Full reheats, he is off.
273 tower, 118.5.
118.5, speed of Concorde 273, bye bye. Tower.
Heathrow winds 100 degrees, 6 hours.
Right, we'll idle our throttles. We'll just get ready for departure then. So we've got the auto throttles on, the heats are on. All we need to do is arm, takeoff monitor, arm the afterburners, and we're good to go.
454 Heathrow Tower, hello, taxi.
I'm going to take us right up to Sierra 11 here, and I've just got to keep an eye on the nose because it overhangs quite a lot, of course. So we're going to stop sort of where the nose is rather than where the nose wheel is. But we're quite a long way back, as you can see. Heathrow Tower, Speedbird Concorde 273 with you rolling up to Sierra 11.
Concorde 273 Heathrow Tower, hello, line up 9 left, there's 1 intersection departure ahead.
Speedbird Concorde 273, confirm, sorry, 9 right for us.
Yeah, sorry, line up 9 right, 1 intersection departure ahead.
That's right, sorry, I didn't want to get confused, thank you. I wasn't trying to be rude there, if he says 9 left, if they don't know where you are, which sometimes, you know, it's when it's busy like this, and it's very easy. 119.725, was that for him? Yeah, it was. Good, right, well, idle throttle, we're going a bit quick here. We got the intersection A340 ahead of us. We'll set up the frequency, 119.725. When it gets a bit busy on departure in Concorde, so I want to set up the frequencies before we take off. We'll turn on the landing light. We're not going to have the big ones on, not required on a day like today.
33 Juliet behind the Concorde, just in front of you, via November Bravo 11, line up 9 right behind.
Right, I'm going to hold here, I don't want to get, no, that's a taking off aircraft, I don't want to get that close. We'll set the parking brake. Parking brake set, so, Simple as this. Reheats. Armed. So they'll activate when we go to full throttle. Takeoff monitor is set. Ready to click the stopwatch before takeoff checklist. Radar. That's the final thing. Oh, that's on. Okay, we're all good. I'm going to close this now, because we're going to do it by navigation. So we're going to need a lot of runway here, because we're quite heavy. Cruise simulations ahead of us got into the air, so we know we can. By the way, go check out his channel. Really good, also Concorde pilot, so definitely go say hi. Alrighty then, we're ready to go. I think we've got all these flashing lights. That's me having pre-poured and some stuff.
Please confirm final plans for Swiss 33 Juliet.
3 Romeo, vacate right, Alpha ground 121.9.
Right, Alpha 1219, shuttle 3 Romeo.
Target census with 816 with you holding on handling.
Bit of confusion between the people there.
Please confirm line up plans for Swiss 33 Juliet.
The 33 Juliet behind the departing Concorde.
Very good afternoon, Virgin 156 Tango. I'm established here and left.
Ooh, we got
Concorde 273, wind 100.6 knots,
Thank
9
you.
right, clear for takeoff.
Cliff takeoff 09 right, people cover 273. So, 3, 2, 1, now, timing engaged, throttles full, fully open, afterburners will engage masterfully. They go reheats, we're looking for 4 lights confirmed. We're rolling. Bit of light pressure forward just to hold the nose down, it's quite bumpy on the runways at Heathrow. So we don't want to bounce around too much. Oh, it's slow. Slow today. Power set.
Power set.
We're rolling. Just check I got them right. Oh, they're very high. Almost 200 knots rotation. Blooming hell. V1.
V1.
Hold the nose down, hold the nose. Rotate.
Rotate.
At this speed, no matter what, we should be airborne. Lots of stick pressure forward to hold the nose down a little bit there. Pitching up a bit more. Bit more. We are airborne. Gear up.
Gear coming up.
Goodness gracious me. I'm going to keep the reheats on for a little bit longer than the standard, because we're quite slow. Keep climbing. And get the nose up. Gear up and doors lock. Thank you. There goes 1 minute. Stand by. I'm going to give it a little bit longer just until we get positive rate. We're not. We just need a little bit more. 3.6. 2 to me. Right hand turn. Reheats disabled. On.
33 Juliet, wind 102.6 knots, runway 9 right, clear for takeoff.
Slowing down the climb right there.
Right, Swiss 33 Juliet.
Just got to keep building. Hold there. There we go. So we just got to hold our climb right here as we make the turn, because we are quite slow with the without the reheats on. So we're almost at sort of stalling speed. You can see here.
1017 Heathrow,
Just lower the nose.
One to vacate ahead.
Continue approach and say again
Hold it
at
there.
vacate.
Just hold it steady.
One to vacate ahead.
Okay, we'll go. Okay, then
Reduce
we'll
our turn rate a little bit. We've got to hold altitude though, so we don't want to descend. That's better. That's what we're looking for. Just teetering it right across the edge here. Super Concorde 273 airborne, passing 1,100.
Super 273, Roger, continue the right turn heading 220 degrees.
Right heading 220, Super Concorde 273, thank you. There we go, we've got positive airspeed. That was
454,
a hairy takeoff, that was. Rolling it back and level.
9 right, clear for takeoff.
Climb rate's going to be quite slow, but that's fine. And roll it level. 220, levelling out. There.
Virgin 156 vacated outside.
Accurate, Super Concorde 273, contact London, Heathrow director 119.725.
11975, Super Concorde 273, bye-bye.
So, you'll get further descent shortly, you've still got around 38 track miles.
Oh, too high nose there, reducing the nose level. Heading hold. Autopilot 1 engaged. Okay, track heading 220, pulled out. And it's now Heathrow Director, Super Concorde 273 with you. There you go, speed increasing steadily. That was heavy.
For 273 Heathrow, fly heading 290 degrees, climb flight level 90.
Climb 90, fly heading 290, Super Concorde 273. Oh, well, watch that speed. Autopilot can be quite vicious when it throws it around. Force the nose down. Takeoff monitor off. Reheats are disengaged.
273 on nav to Compton, contact London 135.8, goodbye.
London 135.8, people Concorde 273, bye. 1358. 58. London, Speedbird Concorde 273 with you, direct to Compton. So all I'm doing now is capturing the radio and VRR. So we're now heading direct to Compton. Climb now 130, Speedbird Concorde 273.
Speedbird 272, contact London 126.075, bye-bye.
There we go, we're edging up. As you can see, this is where it gets difficult when you're this heavy going to Barbados.
Turn left, heading 135, descent altitude 2,000 feet.
Off takeoff
135, descent altitude
QNH setting, that can be set to the 29902, and that's because we're climbing above the transition altitude, so I'm happy to set it to that.
Runner 7573, turn left, heading 070 degrees.
We'll trim the fuel to flight when we get a little bit higher, just standing by to do that. You can see, you're going to have to request high speed here.
216 Lima Tango, turn right, heading 050 degrees, clear Dallas approach runway 08 right.
Keep pitching up.
050, clear Dallas approach 08 right, easy 160 left.
Speedbird Concorde 273, request high speed.
Bow, plan flight level 170.
Sorry, I stepped on him. Whoop. That's blocked. Speedbird Concorde 273, request high speed.
Speedbird Concorde 273, high speed climb approved.
Thank you very much, Speedbird Concorde 273. We're off. Alright, so I just requested high speed. So now what we can do is we're going to have loads more speed available to us, which means we can get the climb rate up. It's just so heavy today that it just means the climb rate's very difficult to get. So we just need that extra bit of speed. I would always, if you're flying Concorde, request high speed. It's the best thing to do. 350 is our sort of high speed, typical speed. So we're going to bring the nose up, leaving the visor down below 10,000. Things can get a little bit loud.
So it's 3 to Juliet, London, climb now, flight level 170.
4,000 feet. Bring the climb rate right up.
Easy 16 Lima Tango.
Looking on the iPad here, this is just so I'm getting a moving map. Looking, there's the Concorde ahead of us. Plenty of distance. 350 achieved. Fantastic. There goes the climb. You can see we're climbing now. We were climbing about 500 feet. We're now climbing about 2,000 feet per minute. So that is much better. Alright, 5,000 feet. I'm happy for the flight engineer to trim the aircraft to flight. Happy for him to do that. He trimmed to flight. Lights are off. It's complete off to check the checklist. We just got to bring the visor up. External lights are off. Speed and pitch are good. No warnings. All very, very good. That was a good departure.
454 London Control, climb now, flight level 150.
All very, very happy with that. That was very good. Looking at the temperature of our brakes. Oh, I think they're here somewhere, aren't they? It's been a while since I've ever looked at the brake pressure, brake temperature rather. Yeah, Celsius times 100, so they're like 50. That's fine. And they would be, I mean, you know, we can get over or anything.
816, London Control, high speed approved, climb now, flight level 150. 150, high speed approved, 816.
We've got a bit of contrast coming off the wing there. That's because we've got quite a high climb rate and not quite as much speed. When we pass through 10,000, I'm going to accelerate up to 380 with the nose up. I just don't want to go that much faster without the nose being fully up. That's about it, really. I mean, that's what we're up to right now.
Twist 33 Juliet, direct Bendo.
We'll put the visor up. We're at 7,000 feet, just below 10,000. I'm happy for it to go up now. No need for it to be down. That's fine. Nose and visor up. Ooh, we're in our supersonic aerodynamic sort of form here. We're just slowly approaching that little bit, sorry, the 10,000. Once we hit, as I said, once we hit 10,000, then begin the Supersonic climb.
126.075.
126.075, Speedbird Concord 273. Thanks so much for the ATC, bye-bye.
That's 32 Juliet, contact London, 12.
London Control, Speedbird Concord 273, climbing flight level 130.
Speedbird Concorde 273, London Control, good afternoon. Climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280, Speedbird Concord 273, thank you. 280 is selected, they'll continue the climb. 9,100 feet there. We're at 94% full, so I'm just going to increase the climb a little bit. You see the conch shells off the wings, that's sort of vapor trails, I believe. Yeah, vapor trails, and that's just because we've got a bit of high pressure on the wing there, because we're not going that fast, we've got quite a high angle of attack. That's a sort of common look of Concorde, so that's alright. It just means we as pilots wouldn't be able to see that in reality, but we know we've got a high nose pitch and not that fast. 10,000 feet, there we go. Blabbering on. 384. That is 0.95 speed of sound at 28,000 feet, which is what we're climbing to. So we'll go to that.
Turn left 10 degrees and report that new heading.
Speed increasing.
And that is 139 degrees.
7.2 miles. I've not been paying attention. Rolling it left. I've not been paying attention, as you can tell. We've gone past the past Compton, so it's going to roll us left. We go heading hold there, and then once the track starts to come back across, basically we passed Compton, it continued on the heading it was on, so I just got to roll it back on to capture that line between Compton and Malby, which is our next waypoint. There you can see coming across. It keeps coming across. INS navigation confirmed. There we go. Now it's going to roll us onto the heading of the line almost perfectly. If you leave it to do it itself, it often overcompensates by quite a lot, and you get some weird problems occurring. So, how about that then, guys? We didn't disconnect on takeoff. Now, I know that sounds, you know, like, well, that's fine, I don't disconnect. When we're streaming, if you look back on our previous streams, we normally do, so that's pretty cool to have not. I'm pretty pleased, that's pretty good. That's why I've been off so long, not streaming. Been redoing the whole computer with some cool new stuff to try and make streams better and increase frames generally. So I switched to INS navigation now, which means we're now following the INS track rather than our navigation, which should be on waypoints, and sorry, which should be on VORs. We're now on the little INS down here. So if we go over here, go distance time, we can see the distance time, and if we go to a waypoint here, I can program them here, and here we can see 1.4 minutes, 11.3 miles. Which is pretty good. We're climbing nicely there, we don't need to climb that much faster.
72 after Kessup, transonic climb is approved, maintain block 450 to flight level 600. Roger, after Kessup, I've recruited to flight level 450 and 600, this is Speedbird Concorde 272 Heavy.
Boom, he's off. Get the map up on here. This is not cheating, it's just me being interested in where people are. So there he is, blue dot, and there we are, red dot. It's interesting, they let you start accelerating over the Bristol Channel, and actually, because of our line cuts us right across Cardiff. My family used to live sort of South Wales. I didn't, but they used to live there, and they said you could hear Concorde breaking the sound barrier across there, because we do. You know, you get that turn, you immediately open up the afterburners and go. So it still was quite close, even though the idea was to avoid. If you live there, you would definitely hear it going over. See, there's our line there. That red line is our route. So there we go, left turn from Malby on towards Kessup. From Kessup, we cleared this transonic climb, breaking the sound barrier. So in 61 miles, we need to be level, flight level 280. We've got 10,000 feet to climb. We're climbing at 2,000 feet per minute. So it's going to be 5 minutes till we climb. If we look at our distance thing, 7 minutes till we get there. We're going to be plenty. Nice. That's a little way you can check if you're going to be, because of course in Concorde we don't have that little arrow you get in the A320 and Boeing that tell you where you're going to be in altitude, sort of, you know, if you're going to have descended or climbed. We don't get that, of course. We haven't got that. So to do that, all you need to do is go, right, looking at this, you go, right, what am I climbing at? 2,000 feet per minute. So therefore, I've got 60 miles near or here to go. And at that point, so here, coming up here, we're coming up to 20,000 feet. So 8,000 feet to climb at 2,000 feet per minute. So that's 4 minutes to climb that altitude. Switch distance time here. 6 minutes we're going to be there. So we'll be level. So that's all good. So, after takeoff checklist is complete, the noise abatement, that's actually in the wrong order. This is where the checklists start to break down a bit. So, looking into the back here, I'm checking 5A and 7A have been completely emptied on departure. That's they often are. The aircraft, if we have a look here, you can see it's all good. Fuel-wise, the engineer is trimming the tanks now, using the trim tank at the back, and he's trimming them out. You see 5A and 7A wingtips are fully empty, and he's just keeping the aircraft's weight central. We can now turn the limiters off, set them to high. Normally you're supposed to do that when you land up on the runway, but I've forgotten. Brake temperature is quite low. By this point I'm not intending to return. We've got no failures on board. We're happy to continue with the flight. Brake fans can go off. All good. We're looking at 84 tons of fuel. That's fine. Just check. Oh, goodness me. Close the door. That's all happy. I'm all happy with that. I like this tray table. We're all good. We're all good. So that's in the back. We're happy. He's happy to continue. I'm going to turn up the brightness a little bit. We've gone a bit dark there. I don't know why we've suddenly got shade in the flight deck there, but that's all right. So, on the overhead then, what do we need to do before we begin our acceleration? Well, nothing really. We're going to leave the seatbelt signs on. We're all happy with that. I'm just going to turn on the lights there. It's gotten suddenly dark in the flight deck. So we're all happy to begin our acceleration. So, 38, we're climbing nicely still. 4,000 feet to go. 38 miles to run. 284, you can see we're building up Mach number down here. We're building that up to 0.95. It's all fine. It's all climbing very well. We're about to begin the acceleration. When we begin, auto throttle goes off, apply full dry power. Climb will be 50,000. I'll select 50,000 initially. It'll level off at 50,000 when we get there. Then I'll select 60 once we get there, and we'll begin the rest of that. That's fine. So 50,000 initially. We'll go max climb altitude acquire. The aircraft will start pitching up with the full dry power. We then engage the reheating pairs, so the inboard 2 and then the outboard 2. And it's as simple as that.
Speedbird Concorde 273, after catch-up, transonic climb is approved. Maintain block flight level 450 to flight level 600.
After catch-up, we're clear transonic climb. We'll maintain the block 45 to 600. Speedbird Concorde 273. Oh, you've gone supersonic now? Fantastic. I'm still flying Concorde where it's not happy. Subsonic around the place. Not good. Not good. 26 miles to run. It's counting down quite quickly. As it would do. We're going faster. Now, currently, we're still going faster than anything else apart from Mr. Cruz ahead of us. We're going faster than anything else probably on Vatsim currently. And in the skies. Because 0.95's speed of sound is, you know, no one breaks the sound barrier commercially wise, unless there's some fighter jets. We're probably going the fastest. And so subsonic wise, we're going the fastest of anyone, I'd say, because this is already faster than an airliner cruises, which is pretty good. So I'll take that. And there we go, leveling off at flight level 280. So when we hit, you'll see this. When this switches to altitude hold, then we can dial this up. But until that point, it's still trying to go to whatever this is. So if I change it now, it would try and acquire whatever we were going to. There we go. She's leveling off. So 50,000 selected initially. Dialed in. The auto throttle will leave on for a little bit longer. Preparing for our climb. We should check back in the engineer's panels, check where the fuel weight is. He'd begin with the thumbs up to go now, and he'd be getting ready. Engines are in climb and takeoff rate, that's good. Pressure static heaters and ADS engine probe heaters, all good. The engine control schedule, I believe, can go to normal now. Before the supersonic climb. It doesn't make much difference, that engine control schedule, so you could probably do whatever you want with it. But I'm pretty sure it goes to normal. You can see the turn. When we make that turn, we begin. We've been cleared from Ketchup, so we have got no ATC problems. Aircraft's ready to go. So after the flyby.
It's not number 26,
Beautiful. As soon as it begins that right hand turn, we begin our acceleration.
KLM 744, contact
Cool.
London control.
8 miles, so order throttle off.
5.
I haven't touched my throttles here yet, because if I do, the engine power will suddenly change. We don't want that. When the aircraft starts to bank, then we begin our turn. So begin our climb. So stand by. 4 miles, 4.5. Three and a half. Yep, we're getting there. 2. There goes the turn. So altitude acquire, max climb, full dry power applied. Throttles at full. There goes the power up. And lighting up the inboards. There goes the climb rate, waiting for the climb rate, inboards on, outboards on. There we go. There'll be quite a big pushback in the seat now for everyone. And it all starts to go.
Mach 1 passed.
Mach 1, there we go. That's the sound wave attaching to the aircraft. It goes up, and it'll come back down. That's the only indication that we're now
30,000
supersonic.
feet.
Those two things. That's the only indication that we've passed the sound barrier. We're supersonic. We were cleared for our climb, so we don't need to say anything on the radios.
Auto throttle off.
Didn't mean to click that. We'll leave that off. We keep our climb. What plugins are you using? Well, we've got a couple going on here. So, it depends what sort of thing you're talking about. A better pushback is the biggest one. That's for the pushback you saw at the start. What's going? I've got X camera, which allows me to use track IR. I'm not using it today. It makes it difficult for streaming, and having done a restart of the computer, I've got to re-download the software, so we're not using that today, but we will do in future streams again. And that's about it, I think. I was got my Avi tab, of course, that's the big one. That gives us this tablet, which when you buy the Concorde is also included, and it comes down here. It's quite neat. I don't think you can move it, no you can't. It's quite a cool little thing. You get like charts and things. I quite like it. So you see Mr. Cruz, I believe, where is he? He's on here somewhere. I think he's out of our range, we can't see him. He's out and away. But we're climbing nicely, so brace your ears people, we're about to head outside, stand by, here we go. Turn down the volume. If we go into flyby mode, you'll hear the supersonic boom. Wait for it. There's the typical Concorde vying, and then ready for it. There's the supersonic boom behind us. And it's gone silent already because we're... It's not climbing very quickly, of course, because we're heavy still. When we get to Barbados, all the speeds come down. We'll fine again. But until then, we're going to be quite quick and quite fast. Oh no! Sim randomly crashed. Oh yeah, please do. Goodness me. Did you sort of save? I think you can. Sometimes it has it saved automatically, doesn't it? Something like that. Oh no, I'm sorry, Chris. Try and avoid the same fate. See if I can. Oh, there you go. That's another plugin I've got there. That one does sort of graphics, just reduces them or increases them. So I've got them at max currently. Everything's at max.
Button 2, when ready, descend flight level 170, level at FIFA.
Actually, as we head away from the coast now, I can turn up a little bit higher.
170, level FIFA.
Looks a bit smoother. I haven't got my Xplane settings at high, but on this you've got sort of different presets. Mine's at max quality of what I've got. You rarely get a sim crash. I know, yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? The one day we're flying with someone or something like that, it crashes. Yeah, very annoying.
Mach 1.3. Ramp smoothing confirmed.
There you go. So looking back here, what we're looking for, we're looking for these little percentages. 4 of them. They go out. As we go faster, they move to compensate the airflow going into the engines. It's quite an important thing. So it's good that they're moving. Otherwise, we'd be heading back to Heathrow ASAP. But of course, the problem you then get is, well, we've got 80 tons of fuel on board. We're, you know, what is that? It's like 58 tons of fuel overweight. So that would be not be good. Avgeek, hey, how you doing?
It'll be the FIFA 1 Bravo arrival landing runway 09.
Oh yeah. It's
Bravo arrival for Bristol, it's landing runway 09 at Rhino 17 Foxtrot.
London Control, hello, Austrian 501, level 374, climbing 39.
Austrian 501, London Control, good afternoon.
we're still in that supersonic climb. We're looking for 1.7 is our next point. When we hit Mach 1.7, we then take off the afterburners, just climb on a cruise up to 50,000. So there we go, we've just switched there. So what we've just passed waypoint 4. Merley. Leslu, I believe. Oh no, sorry, not quite yet.
Austrian 501, route direct, Conan.
We're still on the sort of Concorde JFK routes at this point. This all starts to change as we go on a little bit further.
Austrian 501, say again the direct, sorry.
I'm just going to turn up a little bit of backlighting there. Some of these ones.
November, Alpha November.
Okay, Roger, direct to Conan, thank you very much.
Okay, sorry about that. Just sort of getting a bit of lighting in because it's suddenly gone quite dark inside the aircraft. I think that's just because of the sort of shadows and everything, putting the visor up. 40,000, 1.47, it's just creeping up. We'll see how we've got 4 afterburners on, and we're only climbing at 2,000 feet per minute. Normally this is like 5,000 feet per minute. We're really not climbing. And that's because we just keep going on about it, but when you go to Barbados, it's so heavy. You know, you watch the replay of the takeoff again. We skimming the trees at the end of the runway, I think. And difficult making the turn as well, so interesting. It struggles, and then of course we'll land with the fuel low, so it really is the maximum Concorde range. So it does take about 3.5 hours, I think, 3 hours 50 minutes. I think. It's quite a long time compared to the lengthwise. It's 3,600 miles. And I'm just looking here. The JFK to Heathrow one is 3,100, so it's an extra 500 miles, which in a normal aircraft it's an extra hour and a half. So for us it's about an extra half an hour.
London Control, good afternoon, Ryanair 12 Tango, radio check.
Oh, we're creeping up.
Ryanair 12 Tango, London Control, good afternoon, breathability 5. Okay, I'll copy, thank you.
The blue bar at the top you can see is dragging across. That's the progress bar, so that's sort of how far through the journey we are. So you can see that's ticking up. As it does so, it'll, you know, show how far we're going. I quite like to see it. It's quite nice to know how you're going. No particular reason there. I'm just switching them from on to on the other side, so that I can see where the switches are. Just makes things easier. Just so that you can check in a sort of confirmation way that they're on. So looking at the temperatures now, we're hitting 63 degrees outside the aircraft skin temperature. 127 is our maximum. If the temperature is above that, we've got to slow down and hold altitude, and we won't be able to quite go so fast because we don't want to break that temperature.
I suggest string heat off.
Oh, yeah, 1.7. He does it quite rapidly, that. Outboard's off. Inboard's off. And we do that in pairs to give the autopilot time to realise we've taken them off and drop the nose level to accommodate for that slower climb. 45,000 feet at 50,000, which is why I've set it to level off there. We need to be Mach 2 for sure. So I want it to level off at 50,000 so that I can get to Mach 2. And then we continue our cruise climb to 60,000 feet during the flight. We won't climb very quickly at first, and then it'll start to really climb quickly as we get going. So we're waiting for 50,000 feet to turn the passenger seatbelt signs on. That's just because until we hit Mach 2, if we can't quite get to it because of weights or some sort of aerodynamic issue, we'd have to turn back to Heathrow. So we're waiting to keep the seatbelt signs on in case we have to begin any manoeuvres or anything. So that's why we're leaving them on until we get 50,000 and we're in cruise. That's a weird light shimmer that's going on there. What is that? Wow.
Clifton 2, descend flight
Ramps
level
45%.
Descend flight level 130, Clifton 2.
Must have been our views.
Right, 1 Zulu Foxtrot,
Yeah,
when
it's our
ready, descend flight level 170 to be level at FIFA.
When ready, descend 170 to be level 5 FIFA.
1.82, we get in there. Oh. Whee. Almost got a little bit of problem there. What that was. Speed's going up. We're getting there. Bit of cloud beneath us there.
Sonic Control, Golf Bravo Hotel, Zulu Hotel, on the ground at Nuki.
Golf Bravo Hotel, Zulu Hotel, London Control, good afternoon, patch message.
Control, Golf Bravo Hotel, Zulu Hotel, requesting
Slow
VFR
climb, but
clearance
we're
to
climbing
Gloucester
nonetheless.
out of Nuki. We're type Cessna 150 with information Bravo, and we'll have a basic service, please.
It's funny that we're still listening to this guy. I hope I'm still on the phone.
Departure, runway 30 will be a right turn on track to Newquay, squawk 4317.
We're still only just south of Ireland.
Departure runway 30, be a right hand turn out of Nuki, squawk
We're about to
4317.
pass into Shannon Control on 13115.
Startup approved, call ready for taxi.
I'm just going to tune into the other side here.
Zulu Hotel, thank you.
Let's just see if he wants this.
Super Concorde 273, contact Shannon Control now 131.150.
131.150 for Speedbird Concorde 273. Thank you very much for the ATC service. Goodbye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
34 Yankee.
Camera 3227, turn
I said goodbye and I sort of like all over kind of a way.
Admiral and cross at flight level 80.
Alright, there we go. So you can see we're approaching 50,000 feet there. We're keeping full dry power on the engines all the way through this cruise climb here.
Ground control, Siberian 3323, hello, flight level 380.
50,000 feet.
50,000 feet, there she goes. So, check the temperature outside the screen, 85, that's all good. Pressure static heaters and NDS engine probe heaters can go off. Engine rating cruise. Engine rating from flight to takeoff, from takeoff to flight, and the seatbelt signs go off.
Siberian 3323, route direct Lulux. You'll need to cross Lulux, flight level 370, report ready for descent. Ready for descent to flight level 370 to Lulux, Siberian 3323.
There goes Mach 2, so 60,000 feet, actually via Max
level
cruise.
370.
Max climb.
Flight level 370,
There it goes. So now what it's going to do is try and maintain Mach 2 through the computers, I believe, whilst and it's not going to climb too steeply, it's just going to climb gently. We're in the cloud here, look. The clouds are quite high here. So passing right through it.
Radar 34, Yankee, contact London 133.7, take care.
133.7, thanks.
Well, I had assumed we wouldn't be climbing
right there,
quickly,
34
but we are.
Yankee, see ya.
Shannon, good afternoon. This is Speedbird 835 Whiskey, stand 201 at Dublin. A321 Neo with information echo of QNH 1007. Chris Ifar to London Heathrow, please.
835 Whiskey, Shannon, very good day to you. Tower has just popped on. Contact him, please. Frequency 118.6.
Nice. Tower control.
118.6.
It's busy ATC wise today.
835
I don't know if
Whiskey,
we're
thank
getting
you.
anything down in the Caribbean. I think it's just empty down there. Yeah, they're probably haven't woken up yet. Time difference wise, it's it's quite early in the morning.
Object 187, contact London now. Frequency 133.7, take care.
London 133.7, bye-bye, object 187.
So, yeah. Well, thank you very much. Everyone who donates and everything, thank you so much, guys. it all makes a massive, massive difference. It allowed me to get new stuff, so we're running a 3-monitor setup here.
Stand
It's
201,
fantastic.
Airbus A321 Neo with
thank you very much
information
to all
echo
of
of
you.
UNH1007.
And if you're not already, please do hit the like and subscribe. If you're enjoying the content, of course. Cool, well we're passing through 53,000. We're climbing 1,000 feet per minute. We're climbing a lot faster than I thought I was.
No, you're still listening. So what channel? 835 Whiskey. Okay, 355 Whiskey. You're still on 13115.
So there we go. Look, you can see this. As we start to go a little bit higher, the speed, ground speed, actually starts to decrease. I noticed this. So we were doing 1135. We're now going 1130.
So good. We'll see you soon.
You get all these little things as stuff starts to happen. So I'm just keeping that pitch bug. I've just seen it there again, so it's reminded me. So 1, 2, 3. It needs to be a little bit higher. In between 14 and 13 is where I want it. And that indicates that
surface wind checks 320
our nose is higher than that.
Takeoff 24.
We start to panic. Because we know that it means when we touch down, unless ground effect is going to be a big player, which at Barbados it can be, the wind sort of sweep across the runway. We're going to have a tail strike, so we watch out for that one. So our next frequency will be Unicom, so I'm going to prime that up. And now we're supersonic and cruising. Seatbelts are all off, everyone's relaxed. We look at our chrono and see how much afterburner we use to sort of look at the thing of actually what's going to happen to us in terms of fuel. So we see 8:50, 8 minutes 50 seconds. That's pretty average. 8 minutes is about average, so that's not too bad at all. That's kind of fine.
Around 3227, continue descent altitude 3,000 feet. QNH1007.
Continue down to 3,000 feet. QNH, could you repeat QNH, please?
1007.
QNH 1007, thank you.
Cool. Well, the speed's going pretty well. You see, we're still in that cruise climb. We probably will hit 60,000. On the route to JFK, you often don't hit 60 just because it's so high and it's not that long of a journey. But on our flight today, we might well do.
27, someone, I don't know who it is, has popped up with a duplicate squawk. Could you recycle, please? 6662.
We'll be that 6662,
Just looking across, I'm checking all the hydraulics, all good. We've got pressure in all the different tanks, you can see. Green, yellow and blue, all good. Yellow's got the highest pressure, as you can see, and that's because if we look at the engines here, it's being pressurised by 2 engines. They all are. They've all got 2. Green, green, blue, blue, yellow, yellow. But yellow's the major system. I believe it's the smallest, and so it's got the highest pressure. I think it's something to do with that. Don't take my word for that one, but it's something to do with that. And then looking at temperatures, it's quite high temperature. That's pretty good. I mean, it's all heating, so we're not getting freezing hydraulics, which would be catastrophic.
Charlie, Shannon, hello, radar identified. Climb now, flight level 2.
Looking for any warning lights, anything like that. 73 tons of fuel left, that's all fine. That's all fine. Flat temperatures are good. And your control schedules all fine. All fine.
Rock 77 Charlie, route direct 2 vet, climb flight level 380.
All fine. We've got 10 minutes till we pass waypoint 6, and then we're going to begin the
Charlie, just confirm 380.
380, Charlie.
Very nice. You see on there on the radar, nobody ahead of us, nobody around us. We are twice speed of sound, 60,000.
851, shortly leaving my airspace over.
I think it's time for some screenshots, potentially.
Nice rest of your flight, monitor Unicom 122.8, take
Got one from behind here. Nice. Looks good. Nice. So you see the engines, yes, we're still at full dry power. So I'll do Mac hold. I've never experimented with this, but if I click Mac hold, it'll do and set the power to whatever I want it to be. It'll climb or descend however it needs to hold that speed. I say descend because, of course, if you're asking for too much, it'll have to descend to keep that speed. That's sort of how it works. So, I just. Cool. 849, 850 of afterburners. That's all good. A little bit more, of course. On takeoff, I did the noise abatement a little bit later because I wasn't happy that we'd be able to get into the air. And
Shamrock 3227, turn left.
for us as pilots, getting into the air is more important than people being immobile by noise, for sure. So that's will make sure always, if you feel like you're not going to make it, if you complete the standard noise abatement, definitely just take a little bit longer. Nice. So a bit of reprogramming during the flight, but for now that is pretty good. Looking at our arrival time, I'll have to work that one out. We've got to get a calculator out, add up some stuff when we reprogram in a minute. But I think it doesn't tell us, of course, it tells us the arrival time for the next waypoint, but not further on ones. But you can see on the overhead bar, it reckons the ETA is, 10 past 4, and that's based on our speed it's got now. And you can see the altitude, vertical speed, and ground speed and everything. So that's based on everything we're doing now. So I imagine that's probably correct, actually. I hadn't thought about that. So yeah, probably something like that, about 4 o'clock, which is all good. Only 2 hours away, which is just under 2 hours, which is actually pretty quick. I think it's a little bit quicker than it will actually be, because of course we've got to start descending. The approach into Barbados is beautiful, so we're looking forward to that. We've got these islands. Yes. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Ascension Islands down here. We're going to go over sort of Madeira, so Funchal that way. And as we do so, we will have a little look out the window, see if we see them. Here's Barbados. I'm just pulling up some information. Let's see. Close that one. Don't need to look at that yet. There we go. So you see there, sort of 56,000 feet. The aircraft's leveled off pretty much because we can't go much quicker. So can't climb much with the current sort of throttle and everything we've got on. So it's just holding it there, which is fine. That's nice. Good. So it's still in Shannon control. Will continue to be for a bit longer to go there. And then when eventually we leave Shannon control, we'll be onto Unicom until we get some... until we pick up maybe the controller down in Barbados, hopefully, if they come online. I'll see if I can get them to. Cool. Through 56 then. About to pass through that waypoint 6 level like
Control, Shamrock Yankee, are you able to climb here? Shamrock 38 Yankee, say passing altitude. 5,000 feet, Shamrock 38 Yankee. Shamrock 38 Yankee, thank you, radar identified now. Climb flight level 330. Flight level 330, Shamrock 38 Yankee. Altitude 2,500 feet from Gannon, cleared ILS 10 right, report established. That's 2,500 from Gannon, cleared ILS 10 right, report established, 357.
There you go, we'll leave that in the background. Let me just check that's not too loud, stand by. Sounds alright. In fact, sorry, I'll pop on more relaxed. Relaxed.
3227, fully established.
3227, thank you. Continue approach. Wind is 050 degrees, 8 knots. Call tower 118.6. Safe landed to you.
Continue approach, 1186. Thank you so much for light. Sherman 3227.
That feels like it's better. I'm going to turn down Xplane a little bit, because it's a little bit loud and we don't need it anymore. In fact, I'm going to leave it where it was, sorry, and do it through the game. It's all coming back to me. It's been a while since we streamed. Groovy. Well, about to pass through that waypoint. Nice. A couple of controllers left online. About to disappear into the black abyss of no ATC. Nice. Passing through that any minute now. Any second, we'll pass through that. We'll begin reprogramming. That's of course, the funnest part of any stream, or any form of flying, is reprogramming the INS. It's an arduous process, is what I'm talking about. Takes quite a while. Sorry, I'm sorting out some stuff here, bear with me. Sorry, it's transitioning so you can see this little screen down the bottom right here. There's a separate screen to the main TV that we're flying Concorde on. Concorde's being flown around up here. So yeah, we're sort of just trying to maintain Mach 2. It should be trying to do that for us at full dry. But it's quite a lot of power we're using. So we're just watching our fuel consumption, watching how much we're looking for. So you can see we're just passing out of his airspace now. Shannon, Speed of Concorde 273, would you like us to monitor Unicom? Just, I didn't think he knew.
Concorde 273, you took the words out of my mouth. Leaving in my airspace just overhead 15 west there now. Monitor Unicom 122.8 and squawk 2000 for your crossing. Safe travel team.
Thank you very much. So that's Speed of Concorde 273, monitor Unicom and squawk 2000. Thanks very much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Groovy. Recycle. Unicom. You don't have to recycle, but I would. It means it sort of automatically will then start squawking it straight away. Whereas otherwise it'll just carry on for a while. Oops. I clicked off. Anyway, you see SimAware, that's us there. We've just passed out. This is like Vatsim, but better, in my opinion. Yeah, we're heading down. You see we've got a ground control online. Nice. You see the island. Well, it's good we got a ground controller, but to be honest, I think it's going to be a long time. There's only one arrival, and that's us. He's going to have a long time to wait for us to come down. We're making progress, we're making progress. Nice. Cool. We're making progress. Cool. Right, 67. Ah, here we go. The programming. So, because we only have 9 waypoints, you've got to think of it like a circle. It's like a sort of loop. You go round and round and round. These 9 waypoints. So once we get to waypoint 9, if we do nothing, it'll simply start back from waypoint 1, which we don't want. So we've got to do some typing, which is good fun. So, if you join my Discord server, let me know if the links works. In fact, I'm going to pin that up right now as I say it. Well, we got a little bit of lag there as I do that. Hopefully it's not too much. Anyway, I'm going to pin this up on here, the link to join the Discord. I'm going to pin it, but if you join, once you're in, go onto the Concorde routes thing. We took this all from a we took it all from a good place we found and sort of stuff that we Googled and found out all the original routes. But that's there. These are the original Concorde routes for the different major places. You go on there. I've then written them out onto pieces of paper that I have and printed them, so I then have the full routes written down, which means for when I'm flying by myself it's much easier. So I definitely go there. I'm going to replace the pin with this one, my bad. Okay, cool. So yeah, definitely go check the Discord out. It's got some good stuff in there with some really nice people. So definitely go check that out. Cool. Anyway, I'll carry on, sorry. So, reprogramming. It's like a circle, as I said. So when you get 6 to 7, you can do it from 5 to 6 or 7 to 8. Doesn't matter where you do it, but we tend to do it here so that you at least have 5 waypoints that are reprogrammed when you go back round. Because, of course, if you don't have it redone, you'll end up flying back to Heathrow or whatever. So, you don't want that. Anyway, because we programmed 9 then, we have to reprogram waypoint 10 as this waypoint. So, waypoint. We're going to just literally, as we did at the start, clearing over what's over there. They get a little bit easier. You can see the wests just go in numbers pretty much. Well, actually they don't here, my bad. Because we're out in the middle of the ocean, they've sort of picked these waypoints that have no real relevance. They're just in a line down towards Barbados. But these are the routes Concorde flew. And the reason these waypoints, they work, is because as you approach the island, you'll find that they lead you onto a route down the west coast, which is of course where everyone used to film it going by at fairly low altitudes on its way into the airport. So we'll be flying along there at quite low altitudes on our way into the airport. So I'll see if we can get into a beach view as it goes by. It's sort of just like a low flyby. I think they used to go lower than they needed to make a cool flyby, of course. I don't think you ever needed to go. How low they go is, you don't need to go that low. But yeah, it's fine. We can go low. So yeah, I'm just filling as we type in these ones. Cool. So that's the final one. The next one it wants me to program in is the waypoint BGI. BGI is the waypoint over Barbados. We don't necessarily want to go there, as that's right above the island. I'll show you BGI on here, actually. BGI is where this VOR is. That's BGI there. So we don't want to go there because it's going to take us from wherever our previous waypoint is straight to the airport. So what we do instead is from our previous waypoint. There's no arrivals here. There's only approaches, and it's always runway 09 in use because of the winds in the Caribbean, unless there's a storm in which it changes. So we're going to go to Bennock, which is how we get that low flyby fairly close, and it's at 2,500. It's quite low. It's quite a long way from the coast, but it's quite low. So it's quite nice. So yeah, we'll head to Bennock, but that has to be done visual navigation for that one. That's the only problem. There's no waypoint for it. It's a waypoint. It's not VOR. So that's just sort of vectoring in reality. For us, we'll vector ourselves across. Yep, that's how we'll do that. It's pretty good. And anyway, what is this one reckon? Looking at here, we've got 2,966 miles to go. We're doing a speed of 1134, which is actually pretty quick. As you go higher, the speed sort of starts to drop off a bit in Concorde, and you go a little bit slower. So I don't really know. I get why you go faster, but then I don't know why it starts to go slower. I'm actually, so if someone knows, do tell us, because it still sort of slightly baffles me. Because of course, the higher you go, the thinner the area. So in theory, if you maintain airspeed, I think our airspeed drops off. But of course, it does, doesn't it? Interesting. So it's just in that cruise climb. We're holding Mach 2. We're trying to get to Mach 2.02. We might not necessarily get there, but as long as we maintain Mach 2, that's fine. When we level off at 60,000, we'll then go Mach hold 0.02. So that's fine. Very nice. It's a good looking plane. Good. Well, we got full ATC coverage out of Heathrow, which is pretty cool. I'm pleased with that one. Once the stream finishes, I think I'll take us back into Heathrow. So join the Discord and you'll see some shots, or I'll hop into the Discord server once we're back in, and we'll take it away from there. Nice. Test of the lights there, see they all work, we're all happy. Gently, casually making our way up to 57, we can send back the first officer's seat. It's quite a slow and loud process, but yeah. We're going to send that back because of course we want passengers to come and enjoy Concorde's cockpit. They had to stop, of course, but for a while there it was allowed. And I think it's quite good fun to pretend it's still allowed. Right. So, fuel panel, he's all good. He's trimming the aircraft weight right at the far back of the plane because the speed means we're going to nose pitch down so we can trim the fuel as far back as possible to hold the nose a little bit high. That's why our nose is slightly off from the natural horizon. So it's all balancing in cargo weight position. Or centre of gravity, sorry, position. The brake fans are off then. The lights are mid, that's good. It's all fine. They'd be having lunch at this point. And then we've just got to look at that temperatures. 122, that's fine for now. As we go higher and faster, we can't let it go past 127, otherwise we get overheat of the airframe and it can get quite nasty. So we want to make sure we're not getting faster than that. Oh, we've dropped back there. We've just dropped back out of Mach 2. So what we're going to do is we just switch to altitude hold for a second, turn off altitude by altitude hold, let it lower the nose a fraction to allow the speed to build back up again. Altitude hold will hold here, keeping the full dry power on, and we'll bring the speed back up. You see it's starting to go back up again, watching the needle. It's flickering a little bit. Build it back up a little bit more. Come on, keep going. I'm watching the temperature at the same time as the speedo Mach meter to ensure that we keep our speed increasing. There we go, speed's coming back up. 2.02. There goes the temperature. Mach hold. So the air auto throttle will hold this Mach. We're just watching that temperature, we can't let it go too high. There's 127. If it goes any higher, we'll have to stop there. We're at 56.5. Doing Mach 0.02. Mach hold is enabled for 2.02. I'm going to go back into our max cruise. And altitude acquire. And it'll begin to pitch up gently. Too heavy currently, so we have to go altitude hold. We're too heavy to go any higher. As you can see, we just haven't got the power to be able to allow it to go higher. So we've just got to hold here for now. And let the auto throttle hold the aircraft where we are. Once we burn off a little bit more fuel, we're at 64. Once we get lower, we can then allow it to start to drop off. I'd like to bring power back a little bit because we're 102%. It's got working the engines hard. 151. That's all fine. Look at the engines, then you can see turbines. Exhaust gas temperatures 500 degrees. The ramps are at 2020. That's fine. 2.03, just a little bit high there.
Auto throttle off.
Let it back off a little bit. This is a fine balancing manoeuvre here. Bringing the throttles back, that tiny touch to allow the speed to drop. Oh, there's 1%. You don't want to go any more than 1% back, really. Slow change. Come back a little bit more. There's 2.2, Mach hold engaged. The throttle will jump back up again. We're a little bit too hot. Too quick, so I need to... You see what I'm doing here? I'm balancing the speed with the temperature. And when you engage Mach hold, it's often a little bit off in terms of what speed you're actually doing. So if I engage it now, it's going to go full throttle to try and take us back up to 2.02, even though I engage it at 2.01. So it can be a little frustrating in that circumstance. But it will, it'll sort itself out. There we go. So that's 2.02. So it should back off slightly now to hold 2.02. Sometimes it keeps the power on. It's very accurate system when you're subsonic travelling around the place, doing menial things, the bus services. It's quite good. But then it seems to be once we get up here, it starts to slip around a little bit. So there you go, it's taking us up to 2.03 again. Which is alright temperature-wise. We can do that. That's alright, we can leave it there. There you go, it's back down to 2.2. It's interesting to see it balancing it, but I think it's holding us about right. Yeah, there you go. It's holding us 2.02. So if you're just joining us, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe if you're enjoying it. But also we've just I've just stopped the cruise climb there because we're too heavy coming out of Barbados to continue the climb without being unable to maintain Mach 2. So we're altitude hold just a fraction of a second here, just for a little bit of a flight time, sorry, to allow it to rebalance and burn off a bit of fuel at Mach 2 until we can continue onwards. So the heaters are off, drain master heaters stay on. We're squawking 2000 for the rest of our flight. So it's 352 is the Woodley ADF. So I thought I'd put that in. It saves whatever you had it last set on, so I will put that for the next time I fly there. Lovely, well we are cruising, absolutely. So what I'm going to do is send us back into the overview position, as I call it. Ooh, not outside the flight deck. I'll drop us in here. It's quite a good view, that. Well, you guys can see more than I can. That's a pretty good view. Just checking we got everything off. 126, 127, and it's minus 56 actual temperature, and then that temperature is of the aircraft skin. Because all friction is causing a huge temperature increase for us, especially whilst flying this plane. Massive temperature increase from all of that. So there we go. We're currently on the same sort of latitude as the south of France, so just sort of Bilbao we're currently level with. A flight that would take a normal airliner 3 hours, or still 2 hours to complete, we've done in half an hour. Not bad. We're going pretty fast. We're going pretty quick indeed. So, decel point. We should discuss this quickly. Our decel point for today's flight is 200 nautical miles from 1321.05937. In other words, that waypoint is our 14th waypoint, which we have programmed in, so that is the 8th waypoint here. Now, for me, that's too far away. It's the official descent point, but because we're over the sea, there's no noise abatement problem or anything like that with breaking the sound barrier, so we don't necessarily need to descend at that point. We can descend slightly later, which is what I intend to do, because 200 nautical miles is quite a lot. It's quite a long way to begin descending, so we're going to descend a little bit later, only by a fraction, just so that we're not shuttling around the island, running along near it for hours and hours at 250 knots. So we'll try and hold high speed for as long as possible. Very nice. Love the status about the top, want to get it. Ah, yeah. It's quite good fun, isn't it? It's sort of for streaming. Yeah, and it just tracks everything. It's also saying 2:04 will arrive. Oh, that's quite good. That's only an hour and 20. That's quite good. I'll try and get the view dead centre. I feel like that's more central. Yeah, there we go. Lovely. I quite like this view. I might save this as a new view actually. I haven't got one for 0. That's one. So I'm using X camera for my views.
Added camera 12 to category
it allows me to use
cockpit.
track IR, which is fantastic.
Camera saved.
Oh. Sorry. Hopped us all the way back there. Right, I've just got to quickly set up the keyboard. Stand by, bear with me. That's the one. 10. Yep. There we go. Sorry about that. And set the another thing up. We're getting there. What does the information say? 1173. It reckons our speed is. What does the plane say our speed is? 1174. Oh, it's pretty good. Oh, it's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate. %28 of the way there. That's just a number it's given me on this. I assume that's sort of like a thing. That's pretty good. The only reason I haven't got the aircraft up there is firstly because we know this is Concorde, but also it seems to keep recognising that I'm in a 737, which when you're going twice speed sound I'm not sure is quite true. Yeah. Well, I'm running the V2. We used to have the V1. Yeah, I know what you mean. Is it worth it? Well, so I suppose I mean, yeah. I think I know what you mean though. The discount thing did sort of, people, lots of companies do offer a discount, and they haven't. I would say it's worth it. In the V2, the max climb and max cruise modes that we've been using to do all the climbing work, rather than having to use the vertical speed indicator. In fact, there's quite a few things that I really think are worth it. Let me just get up the full list here, just so I can sort of see what they say. Let's have a look. What do they say? They've discontinued the V1, haven't they? So V2, what have we got? Manual route programming via the 3D INS inside the cockpit. Oh, that's quite important. So normally you'd have to use this plugin called Philips Seva INS. I got that one. Hey, Cruz, you're back in. Where are you? Are you hopped in? Fantastic. Nice. So yeah, normally you'd have to use the Seva INS 3D thing, whereas for this flight today we've been using the INS actually inside the plane, which is a feature of V2. That's the other one. The AVI tab is shown down here. Can be quite helpful. It's just there inside the flight dock. Automatic or manual fuel pumping. Yes. So even though I'm supposedly doing this, you can go manual. If you go up here, engineer, fuel trim command, you go manual, and then you can then pump the fuel around however you want to, which is quite good. Right behind you. Fantastic. Hello. 60 tons of fuel, not bad. That's quite good. Better rounded instruments, it says. It's more circular. Okay. Cockpit panels, improved glass, shading. So, I think your main things though are that fuel dumping is possible. You can now trim manual. There's more brake temperature, and if the brakes overheat, they'll fail, which is quite cool. So yeah, you can do more interactive stuff on the. Do more interactive stuff on the engineer's panel, which I think is pretty important. So that's quite cool. Oh, can we see you? Do you reckon we can see him if we zoom in enough? Nice, thank you. We're not alone. We certainly are not anymore. Thank you. Yeah, so I think you can trim manual. I mean, we could try it as long as you keep it within there. Should we see if we can move it? So if we go engineer, manual. Whoa! Oops. Oh, I don't know that.
Fuel trim to flight.
Oh goodness me, it's all messed up. I think you have to select it before you start flying, and then it'll do it. But then you can do it yourself. So he's got like, what has he got? The pumps on auto. Then he can shut them and open them, and look, and he's moving the fuel around. I'm sure there's some manual somewhere I can find about it. To hold altitude here. Come on, level out the nose. Accidentally click the manual fuel button whilst we're in mid-air. I'll remember not to do that again. With the fuel manual trimming, you could definitely do it. I'll get a video out on it soon, then I didn't quite realise you could fully do it. But for me, there's 3 people that fly Concorde. And it's, I mean, it depends what you want to do, but isn't it? For me, but like, I like flying Concorde, and shooting all the fuel around is part of flying Concorde, I suppose. But there's 3 people, you know, we already do the job of 2 people up in the front here. And I think doing a 3rd person for the engineer is, I don't know, I'm just not interested in doing it really. But yeah, it could be if you want to. Right, come on, level out the aircraft then. That's right, there we go. Sort itself out again. We're making good progress here. We're making good progress. Our ETA is pretty much unchanged, which is pretty good. We're still shifting along. I mean, we're making very good progress here. This is, you know, this is very, very good. Even for Concorde, this is good progress. If we go on the map view, where are we? We're up here. Look, oh, there's Chris. We're right up across. About to head over. What are these islands? This is Madeira, isn't it? Funchal. That's pretty cool. That's like a 4-hour flight from the UK. That's pretty cool to have done that already. Is it Madeira or is it Tenerife Islands? Oh, it's clunked out. Oh, out. What is it? Lagoa? Oh no, because then are they down here? Oh, Las Palmas. There's Funchal. Ah, it's part of the Tenerife Islands. Oh, so it's sort of, that's 4 hours, so it's like 3.5. Blasting across there, nice. Info about the V2, that's exactly what I was looking for. The Seva alone make a huge difference. Yeah, fuel transfer wise. Yeah, I think they've added some switches and things. The other thing I've been told they do is when you select flight engineer trim for flight, say, and you're trim for takeoff currently, in the V1 it was like an automatic switch. Do you know what I mean? It would immediately trim to whatever it needs to be, and the whole plane would lurch around. They seem to have made that more smooth. I don't really notice that anymore as a thing, so I think they've definitely made it more smooth in general for the whole thing, which is pretty cool, because at the moment it's quite clunky, or it used to be quite clunky in the V1. Yeah, that's exactly it. All the fuel transfer happens at once. All the fuel suddenly moved into whatever tank straight away. It can cause quite a lot of lagging. So it's good that that's not going on. So they've sort of sorted that out now, which is pretty good. Nice. Well, we're cruising along at 57. It had a little bit of jump there. I mean, last time, not as bad as last time we flew Concorde. I accidentally put the gear down at Mach 2. That was not so good. That's alright. I stood up when we were to take a break, and I hit the gear switch as I walked off, and I didn't realise when I came back we were plunging down. That's not so good. We burned a lot more fuel than I was hoping to. 58 tons. We're well above halfway. We're starting to get to halfway fuel usage almost. 40 tons is about halfway. I think we fueled up with 96.2 tons of fuel today. Just check that. I think that was right. On flight prep. Yeah, 95.7. 50 tons or so is halfway, and then on that progress bar along the top, that's probably the best way of checking, we're at 33. That's of course drawing a straight line there. We're not quite doing that. Now, I don't know if any of you guys know in the chat, but if you do know, please let me know what is this big line I'm getting. Is this like chunks of scenery loading in or something? But I seem to keep getting this big grey patch, and then like a nice blue patch. I don't really get why that keeps happening, but it seems to happen to me. Yeah. Is that sort of something I need to? Do I need to invest in like Xenviro or something like that? Is that better? Because if it is, I think I definitely probably would go for it. If that's is that what we need to do? All right. Pop us into this for you guys. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be back shortly. See you all there. Thanks very much. Hello, I'm back. Groovy. What's going on? I assume we've passed waypoint 9, have we? Ah yes, just gone past it there. So what we're going to do is go waypoint change, 9 to 1, insert waypoint change. And there we go. Cool. So all I did there was go waypoint change, select what I wanted to change, insert, and makes the change, and then click waypoint change again to deselect that box. Quite a lot of cloud down there today. Right over the mid-Atlantic. We're just holding Mach 2 there. The throttle, if you notice, is starting to get less and less power to hold the speed, which is good. When it starts to be in the 90s to hold Mach 2.02, then I'll begin the cruise climb again. But for now I'm just going to hold, because I prefer to be at Mach 2 than slightly higher, so we'll just sort of hold where we are. Nice. Right, I'm sorry about this. I hadn't quite finished sorting out my little snack, so I do apologise. I'm going to quickly hop out and carry on grabbing that. I'll be back in 2 seconds, sorry. Sorry about that, apologies. I'd seen we were past waypoint 9, so I sort of stopped what I was doing to come back and just click it all, because otherwise you go shooting off in potentially the wrong direction. But it was alright actually for this flight, so that's fine. Yeah, that's the major advantage, as we were saying, sorry, of the new Concorde, is that nice transfer. I mean, he's doing it automatically now, that's why when we switch to manual we got all those problems. You can see the limits are getting closer and closer together. That sort of altitude and speed and everything means that's happening. this up actually. I'm going to quickly sort some things out here. I'm going to bring this right up. Let's bring the cloud density up, shall we? Cool. I was sorting it out so we had some cool clouds we could see. Look, that's quite cool. I'm gonna see if I can get this controller down in Barbados to stay on. Cool. Look there. I've sent a little message off to the ATC man to see if I can get him to see if we can get the ATC kept online. See if we get any reply. Groovy. We've got ground online. I asked nicely, and we now have ground. Oh, I can see him in the background. Spin the view around. Following the contrail, I can see our little friend over here. Where is he? I believe this is Mr. Cruz. Yeah, here he comes. We have visual on the Concorde. Ah, thank you, Mr. Cruz. That's very kind. Thank you. And in case I hadn't said it already, do go check out Mr. Cruz Simulations here. He's got a great channel for all sort of flying on Xplane. I think it's Concorde as well, isn't it? So definitely go check that out if you are liking the Concorde on here. Thank you, though. Very nice. Well, we're cruising along nicely here then. having a look on the little sim where we are roughly in the world. We'll head back into our plane. He's on his way. Right, what I'm going to do now is Google. I was just thinking there to myself as we were sat, we should fly Concorde into Kai Tak. Concorde World Tour stream soon. Ooh, I'd like to go see that. I'm just sort of having a look. It looks like... I think you can fly into Kai Tak anytime, can't you? And there's an event on, we've just missed it, 30th of July. So we've got to wait all year for it to come back around. That's alright. Once it does, we'll be there. Got to, of course, take Concorde in. That's the only way to do it. Like there's some alright scenery. Yes, Kai Tak would be fun. Just streamed there yesterday. Ah, very cool. Ah, sorry, that should have been there. Very nice. So then, yeah, did you fly in on Vatsim? And if so, are you allowed to fly in? Sort of when it's not necessarily I've lost words here. What am I trying to say? So, yeah, you're allowed to fly into Kai Tak when it's not always. Because it's closed, sorry, is what I'm trying to say. You're still allowed to fly in there. Because, I mean, fantastic if you are. It's the best airport, really, isn't it? Yeah. What's our ETA looking like? Oh, we're making progress up. The ETA is getting shorter and shorter. Kai Tak Tower online. Oh, nice. Ah, my bad. I've been looking at the arrival time and assuming that's British time, but it's Zulu, which is an hour behind, so we'll be landing at about 5 o'clock, sorry. So that's 5 o'clock British time. For me. Got myself confused there. That's alright. Hour and 40 minutes then, that's alright. We're making time. It's funny, you had to pay £6,500 for a round trip from Heathrow to Barbados and back on Concorde with British Airways. People often did it in 2 people, so it'd be £13,000 for the 2 of you, which is that's an unbelievable amount of money to spend on a plane, and especially when it goes this quick. You're not exactly enjoying the ride to its full extent because it takes so long. It's all over and done in a matter of hours. But nothing quite beats going twice the speed of sound, does it? I suppose. Yeah, it's quite a lot of money that for something like this. But yeah, I'm interested in that. I think that's pretty cool. Right, stand by 1 second. I've got to do a little check. Sorry about that, hold on. You're on Vatsim, we had a contact tower online. Oh, nice. Very cool. To have ATC online is very, very cool. I'm impressed that they come online then, that's good. I'm glad they've kept it open, because it's such a famous airport, you know, it's an amazing place to land. It probably brings them so much popularity landing there. Of course, it's all gone now, isn't it? I remember you said 2004, Flight Sim 2004. I don't know if anyone knows about that one. Used to fly in there a lot. To Kaitac, that is, on 2004, because well, it's the simulator I had firstly, but it was also pretty good fun. I'm just looking at where the airport used to be, of course, because they've built over it now, haven't they? It's all been built over. I think it's there, isn't it? That's where it used to be. Is it there? I'm on Google Maps, by the way. I'm gonna look. Nice. Well, this is our big return stream, isn't it? Ah, yeah. I think I will. Yeah, thank you. I think I will have a look at that just to see how it's done. Yeah. I will have a look at that, because it's quite difficult, isn't it? There's quite a lot of things that have to be done. It doesn't work straight away, does it? Because it's not supposed to be there, according to Xplane. Yeah. A little bit of cloud reload there. Is there like payware scenery, or is it the freeware one that everyone recommends? It seems pretty good. I'm keen on the on the freeware stuff. It's always very, very, very good. Well, good. It looks like it's going pretty well. We seem to be where we're blapping towards now, blasting towards our waypoint 1 still, yeah, and then we've got 5 to go. They're not that far away from each other. I mean, what? Waypoint 1's 4,000, 475, 55, 59. Oh, that's pretty good. After it's added, it's going to be. They feature 6X, yeah, okay. So you have to use a different one. Is that just because sim brief doesn't recognise it anymore, or is it Xplane doesn't recognise it? Something. Nice. Well, thank you for that, because I've written that down. I'll remember that one. If you're just joining us, our landing time is looking at being about 4 o'clock Zulu, which is about 5 o'clock British time. That's when we're looking at landing. It's difficult to know, but putting it out there, what would you guys think for us? If we did a special stream for 300 subs or whatever, something like that, would you prefer us to be doing a massive long haul route, or would you want to do Concorde Heathrow to JFK and back? That'd be more fun. Ah, Charles, yeah, Anna, you flew with you to Kai Tak. Ah, nice. Cool. Well, I've got to look out for that next time, sorry. Yeah. It's a cool airport. We definitely have to go in there. With, I suppose it's got to be a 747, but I'd like to take in Concorde first. It's quite a tough manoeuvre to pull off in this plane. Right, I'm going to engage, because we burned now, since we levelled off here, we've burned about 20 tonnes of fuel. I'm going to engage altitude acquire, max climb, max cruise. And let it roll up slowly. Yeah, he's very knowledgeable, isn't he? Yeah. Nothing below us. I'll get the one. I'm just looking on the weather radar there, trying to see if we can see any weather. I've been told there's some rain and things near Barbados. I think it's our summer. I think it's their winter in the southern hemisphere. So I think I've been told it's a little bit choppy, which makes things interesting. Let's have a look. Grantley Adams International, that's where we're going today. Alright, it's all good. There's a couple of clouds scattered around. A few at 1,600. Apparently it's pretty good, huh? Must be somewhere else, I was thinking. We've just been having a heat wave here in the UK, so we're about to go into a thunderstorm. I've got a warning on my computer here saying the weather is thunderstorms, so I think we're about to get hit by it. Making good progress. I'd say we're halfway there. What's this computer reckon? Yep, just past halfway, 51%. Very good. (1,763 miles to run. Working at 1 hour 30 minutes exactly till we land. Very good. Sorry, it's not right. A couple of aircraft, it appears, down to our right we're looking at. They or their waypoints. Must be waypoints. So, we're apparently, Concorde does anything from 21 to 24 miles a minute. When you look at the distance, you can sort of get a gist for that. Cool, we're back into that cruise climb then. Gently going back up. We held altitude for a while, just because we were a bit heavy to continue the climb without dropping out of Mach 2. So we're back in and we're going on again. Well, the new upgrades seem to be serving us well. We're getting a good solid 50 FPS or so, which is pretty good going. Not bad. In case you're wondering, I'm running an RTX 3060 AMD Ryzen 5 5600X. It's quite good. Not bad at all, actually. But the real Pierre de Resistance is the 32 gig of RAM at 3600 megahertz. That's pretty groovy. That is the Pierre de Resistance. I think it's time for a change of songs. This piano stuff's just going on. What's this one? Free piano music in there, isn't it? Meditation. That's what it is. Well, we're 58,300. Gently almost there. I think we're going to try and hit 60,000 on our way down. I don't know if we will. Who's that behind? Oh, it's Chris. What's altitude yet? Yeah, 58,700. He'll probably make it. We're a little bit low. I left it a little bit long to try and build up the speed. I think we don't know if we'll make it or not. Might do. I'm having to scroll through the music stuff. There we go, rolling through waypoint 1 now. Still flight solos, yeah. We're almost there. We're getting up altitude-wise. We're getting higher and higher. It's a cool plane to fly. I mean, yeah, I think I fly it too much, really, but it's good fun. Look at that, 36 feet per minute climb. We're just about moving up.
My job is to...
Nice. Oh yeah, 58 something. We're what, 58.6. Or I think we'll hit 600. Maximum flight level. I'm actually supposed to have left these in climb, I believe, until you hit 60,000. Yeah, I'm pretty sure climb and take off until you hit 60,000. You can turn the heaters off and seatbelt signs off, but the rating stays until you hit 60,000. My bad. Again there. Right turn on there. Oh, and there we go. It's correcting its back. I have to apply a little bit of trim if we need to. Autopilot should do that. But when we take manual control later, we might have to apply a little bit of trim. Hello, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, we're all good, thanks. How are you? Yeah, all good, thanks. Yeah, we're going pretty well. We're about to hit 59,000 people. We're getting up to altitude now. Getting right up to the altitude we need to be at. Full super cruise. Couple of 1,000 feet to go. 1,200. We're getting there. Quite a lot of power on. I'm just looking at sort of in terms of fuel. It always used to be close going to Barbados, I'm sure. It'll be no different for us when we shut down those engines. Make a flight with Vietnam Airlines. Oh, very nice. Whereabouts you heading? Actually, sorry guys, give me 5 minutes there. I'm just gonna grab air.
Fuel status 40 tons.
Oh, we're back. Sorry about that. Sorry, it played a little advert there. That was in between this stuff. So, how are we going then? Oh, we're through 59. Christ, you've hit 60. Very nice. So we'd probably be getting close to JFK at this point. Sort of probably where we are, similar to Barbados actually. It's only about, I think it's half an hour longer, is it? It's about 400 miles longer. 400, 500. So yeah. Oh, Billy. Right. So that one's so now. Oh, sorry, move on that. Oh, it's too high. There we go. You land on a short mountain runway, very nice. What about, whereabouts you flying to? The problem is you land on, the problem. Ah, that's not good. That's not good if it's a problem. Whereabouts you sort of, yeah, whereabouts are you heading from Vietnam on Vietnam Airways? You reach flight level 600. Nice. What 59,028 or 282 feet above sea level. I think the altimeter is reading slightly differently. It reckons it's 59,100. It's a little bit out. Right, how far have we got to go? Let's have a look. The exact number. 1,300 miles. Now, I'm going to be quite geeky here. Using a calculator, I want to work out how long. Rather than looking at the thing, it'll take us an hour and 10 minutes. A calculator on a calculator and do it like this. Work it out instead, manually. Ah, you play Turboprop Flight Simulator. Nice. I know that one. It's pretty good. Mobile game, isn't it? Yeah. That's quite good. We're at full throttle. 37 tons. I wonder how far it reckons 37 tons of fuel will get us. 1,400 miles estimate. We've got 1,300 to go. That's fine. A bit of spare. Of course, we go around, and maybe for some reason, I don't know why, but if we do, I don't think we'll have much fuel, but that's alright. Temperature 123. Ooh, bit low, bit low. That's fine. We're in the climb. I'm trying to get us to 60, no matter what the cost. Good looking aircraft. Good looking plane. .5% of the way there. .200 miles to our next waypoint. Very good. Have a look at aircraft's current POS. We're at 2931. The next waypoint's at 132. So we're going down, but it's not going down that quickly. We're still quite a while away. What waypoint is that actually? Waypoint 2. Ah. It wanted us to descend 200 miles away from waypoint 5. But I'm thinking about, I think I said at the start, I think, well, let's try and extend that to maybe 100 miles from waypoint 5. Concorde can descend quite quickly, but then chugging along at 350 knots, low altitude, even though it's quite efficient at that altitude in terms of fuel, takes so long, it's not ideal. Especially in somewhere like Barbados where there's no land we're crossing over that would restrict our speed, it would be ideal to stay supersonic for as long as possible. More speed, really. There's an event going on, it looks like at Tenerife South, and the whole Tenerife Islands actually. And Palma and Madeira, there's a huge swarm of planes flying across. Very busy. Need to have a look at Vatsim events today, see what's going on. Events today. So today is the 14th of August. Tour of China, leg 2 is online. Canaries overload, that's the ones. That's where it's all going. Between 2 and 6 Zulu, so we're right in the middle of it here. Wow, it's busy then. I mean, it's pretty busy. There's a lot of planes. The centre controller's got a lot of aircraft. I do like events because it makes it as busy as it is in real life, which is fantastic. I think that's really good that, you know, if you can make it as busy as it is in real life, that's exactly what we're all trying to simulate, isn't it, by having all our flight sims and stuff. So if they can do that by running the old events, that's fantastic. So that's pretty good. So we've got a ground controller online over in Barbados, but he is about the only one, so hopefully someone else, Tower, maybe will hop online as well. But we don't know. Very good. We're making quite good progress. I can't remember how long it was last time when we flew this flight. I think it's pretty similar actually. What are we looking at? We're looking at, yeah, just over an hour to go. Have a look at how long the last stream was. Yeah, it's 800. Very nice. We flew Barbados to Heathrow last time. That took us 4 hours and 37 minutes. It'll be something pretty similar for this flight, but slightly shorter. Problem is flying Barbados to Heathrow is you have to slow down quite early because of all the restrictions coming into the UK. And the flight plan takes you up across the Channel sort of region, and by doing that, it means you get all sorts of, you're going really slow, and the time's all extended. That can be very annoying. Go have a check out some of the Concorde tutorials if you haven't already. If you're looking to fly something like we're flying today. They're really good. If you're watching, do say hi in the chat, and if you haven't already, please do hit the like and subscribe. It's really appreciated by me. It really supports the channel. And if you are, I've pinned the message, but the message pinned is to join the Discord. If you join the Discord, if you're looking at
60,000 feet, maximum flight level.
Beautiful. Level off the aircraft. Cruise, flight. I did that earlier, but redoing it because I shouldn't have done it yet. Cruise flight. Looking into the back, how much fuel we burn. We burn quite a lot. But the aircraft is now cruising 60,000 feet. This is as high as it gets in Concorde, or for any commercial airliner. But that might change with the new airliners being released, sort of boom and things. Right, Mach hold is on, so it should do it all automatically. It'll hold speed. Very cool. Alright, doing the landing now. Nice. We got a bit of go to ours. So yeah, if you have a look on the Discord, there's Concorde's route information page. On there's the route from Heathrow to JFK, Heathrow to, what's that, KIAD? I've forgotten the name of that one, it's been a while. I think it's Washington. Dulles, yeah, Washington Dulles. Thought so, Washington Dulles. There's the routes to Boston, Barbados. What's that one? These are all the places Concorde has flown. Toronto, Keflavik, and then going back the other way, there's JFK, Washington, Barbados, and all the other ones back the other way. The forum that we used to use to access it has since shut down, unfortunately. So we're no longer able to access the route. So hopefully we've got them in there. That'd be my main reason for getting you guys to join. The ground controller is still online. He's holding out for us. I spoke to him. He's going to stay online at Barbados right for us, which is absolutely amazing. Which is very, very good of him. You can see actually the gap that opens up between the engineer's panel and the flight display. It's quite loud back here, so all the engine, the aircraft instrument cruise. Yeah, that's not there when we land. When we take off. It's the detailing they've gone to is very impressive. Look at this, this inventive what, but you know what it is, but it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All the little warnings and everything. I like stuff that's worn out. I mean, you look at the panel here, rugged wear on these bits of paneling and everything, and the column especially. Very, very good. I visited Concorde 002, which is the French testing one, and it's very surprisingly different from the original one. From the one that they put into service, it had a blocked out cone apart from these two side windows. It's metal across the front. At the time they said they decided that because it's sort of, they didn't have to make glass, I think it was something to do with that, they didn't have to make the reinforced glass. So they decided to go for that, so it's quite interesting to see that. Also, the whole throttle layout, there's much less instruments and everything, because of course it doesn't matter for just the testing, they're testing the airframe and not the flight deck stuff at that point. So it's interesting seeing that, actually. Flying Moose, hello, how are you doing? Welcome along. Going 2 to 3 now, getting there. We'll start to have a little bit of a look, we're still about an hour out. But we'll have a little look at sort of Barbados and what we're looking at for our arrival in terms of looking at the island. So there it is, Bridgetown, that's where we're landing today. So we're going to come in, our final waypoint is sort of north of the airport, is where it finishes. From there we'll turn south, so you set that up on here actually. And what we're going to do is self-vector, so the official approach procedures based on the ILS take you through these waypoints in, but of course if they vector you, which they do in real life, they will. And so for Concorde, she often used to get vectored onto the runway heading because of course it doesn't have an arrival for this airport, and with the Concorde's unique route it came in from the wrong side, so they'd vector them, and they'd often get vectored along the coast of the island to Elixir, which is where the glide path begins at 2,000 feet. The localizer is able to be captured from a little bit further out, about 10 miles, but past that you can't, so they sort of took them quite close to the coast, which is what we'll look at doing today during our flight. So it'll be sort of 190 actually, and we'll look at flying that sort of a heading. can then sort of set up the ILS because we know we won't be intercepting any other ones really. So it's 091 with the 110.1. And then the actual Bridgetown VOR is 112.7. So, I'm going to program into waypoint 6 the Bridgetown VOR coordinates. We don't intend to fly 5 to 6, but if we do, it's there. So that's that one. So it's BGI, so it's 13045, and then 059. Just check I got it right. If you get it wrong, you end up wildly off course. That's quite fun. Oh, I got that one wrong. 059. 2. That was a 9. You have to, the only way to do it is to clear and then redo. Very cool. $60,000 Mach 2.01. That should be 2. Pretty much. I'm just looking at the temperature on the skin is 126, so we'll maintain 2.01 because I feel if we go any faster we might be a little bit too quick. So landing the aircraft then, it's a 3.3 kilometre runway. We're quite heavy, we've got 99 passengers on board today and a bit of cargo on board, but by that point we'll have so little fuel, we'll be quite light. So landing, we'll aim to touch down between Bravo and Charlie in the touchdown zone, and we will fast exit at Echo is preferable. If it looks like we're able to, we will. If we're less than 60 knots, I'll make the turn. If we're not, we'll head for Foxtrot instead. It's a little bit further. That's sort of a briefing. We're doing a briefing very early here, so might as well. But that's pretty much it. The rest of it, we'll explain as we go through. It's quite fun landing at Barbados. It's, there's not really any limitations on speed, altitude, all that stuff, so you can sort of just fly in however you want to go. Our next stream will probably be into Split, as I just got some scenery from the Orc store. I redeemed it with some free points. Got the Split scenery. I think it's from Aerosoft. Very impressive actually. Very, very good quality. So we'll fly in there for say 320 or 75, I think. 321 actually, if I get in there. Something like that. I think it might be good fun. It's a shuttle bus stream, which we haven't done in a while. Set up our minimums, we might as well do it all now, but we'll recover it as we get closer, but whilst we're not doing anything now, might as well do it. ILS A or ILS A 369. So in the brackets is the decision height, decision altitude is out. Decision altitude is when you've got the QNH set, that's what it'll be. That's the official radar, I believe. I can't ever remember this one's on the radar, I think this is based on altimeter. I'm pretty sure it's always 369, so 369 or nearest to in this case for Concorde. There, and there go Mach 2.02. We're just creeping around above Mach 2 until drifting between the different points. All good. Right, I'm just going to have a little bite to eat. I'll catch you all in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry about that. I'm sorry I left you all hanging. Sort out a few things there. I haven't had a bit of lunch. I got these new. I'm getting braces put in basically, and got the initial part of the braces, and means you have to eat like soup. So yeah, that's what was going down. So how far away are we then? We're 3 to 4. Hey, we got approach. Fantastic, brilliant. Well, the approach is going to have good fun with 2 Concords coming in. Oh, brilliant! That's absolutely amazing. We got approach control online. Oh, it's all coming together. 129350. Groovy. So we're at 60. We're blasting along. We're getting quite close actually. Fantastic. How much fuel we got? 24 tons. Whoa. Sorry I said that loudly, but that is that's low. It's going to be a fuel emergency pan, I think, for us. I don't know about Cruz, but if he's anything has got us anywhere much as fuel, got the same amount of fuel as us. I filled us up to full. That's as much fuel as the Concorde would take. That's what we took. 2 of us arriving at Barbados. Yeah, not many is there, no. But then it's 2 Concords, isn't it? You know, that carries a bit of weight. I'm sure the controllers are coming on just because of us. Well, hopefully they are. Yeah, only 2 arrivals. It's a bit of a shame. It's quite a quiet little airport, but it's played host over the years to some cool stuff. I mean, it's got, you know, major thing with Concorde, but then it's has big airliners in real life flying there quite a lot. I mean, it's busy in real life, but because it's so close to Juliana, in real life, in Vatsim, I think everyone flies there instead because it's more fun. And I think that's where it really loses out to the competition of these other things. That's where I'll do like a skeptical analysis here, aren't I? But that's really, in my opinion, that's where it loses out to the in the traffic numbers. It's because Juliana exists. Right up in the nose. All the bars and everything are quite cool. See the little point at the end there? Right at the end, that tiny little spike. That's the end of the nose. $445 miles to go. So there we go. We've just flown the JFK route length equivalent. We've got a little bit more to go to Barbados. Oh, oops. Selected the wrong view there. Suddenly in space. Right, so we're about to pass, we've got 64 miles, we're about to pass through waypoint 4. Now, we officially descend 200 miles away. If there's a controller online, I might do, but with our fuel low, I'd like to be engine sort of idle almost, you know, really descending quickly, rather than engine at high power descending quite slowly, extending the time we fly for. Do you know what I mean? But we got to get this right, our descent, because we might end up in the sea with this low fuel. And this is routine. This is what's amazing. I don't know how they got away with it, but how they were allowed to do this kind of thing, you know, with consistently hitting fuel emergency, basically. Which is pretty weird. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing. A consistent fuel low is an interesting thing, you know. Normal airlines would nowadays not be allowed to do this kind of thing, to have a fuel low, you know, almost on a twice weekly routine, so it's quite cool. So I can set the speed up then. Looking for 350 when we start descending. Not that we are yet, just important to set up. Oh, it looks good from this perspective. Close with that. In fact, what I'm going to do actually is sort of position the camera. Oh. Oops. I clicked pause and we went into replay mode. Oopsies. We're back up, we're back on. My bad. Sorry about that. It was so small, I don't think anyone will notice the disconnect, but I'm annoyed that we did. That's alright. Right, 11 miles. Just check we've got the flight plan for this aircraft. Cool. 360 miles. I'm just going to check the iPad just to see where that waypoint ends. Yeah, I thought so, just to the north of Bridgetown. Cool. 360 miles then, and we're there. Look into the back, just see what fuel we got. 22 tons. So 20 tons is right, we're low on fuel, but no need to say anything on the radios or anything. That's just like we're low on fuel, let's try and get down when we can. Hitting 15 tons is I think I wrote it down. I think it's a pan, I'm pretty sure. And then hitting 10 tons is a mayday. We need to land. Because in 10 tons of fuel with Concorde, you cannot go around. That's if you go full power on the go around, and sometimes they engage afterburners, I don't know why, then you'll be out of fuel. So I think Cruz Sims will tell me if I'm right or not, but that's well, yeah, make sure I'm telling the truth. That's what I've found in the past, and so that's what I do. I don't know if that's the official procedure, but for me, if I'm hitting 15 tons, I let the controller know by using a pan, go, hi, we're running low on fuel. So if it's somewhere going into busy like Heathrow, they go, right, okay, we'll try and prioritise them. And if you're at 10 tons, it's a mayday, so that they know this is all you've got. Because with 10 tons of fuel, sometimes you don't have enough to taxi back into the stand if it's a long taxi. So if you're landing somewhere like 09 left at Heathrow, and you've got to go across to Terminal 4, you'll probably run out of fuel. So it is quite low. I'm amazed we're the only 2 planes flying into Barbados. So 15 minutes to the waypoint, but of course we're not going to that waypoint. We're only going to the 200 miles from it before we start slowing down. We are going to end up there, but that won't be right because we'll have slowed down. So that's accounting for the speed we're doing now, not what we will do. So that's not quite accurate. So just having a look overhead here, I'm looking for, they're going to go to climb as we begin descending, and seatbelt signs are going to go on, and the smoking signs, and the heaters will go back on. Priming up then. Initially, I'm going to prime up 28,000 feet. Going down to 28,000, that's our supersonic deceleration is till 28,000. Once we hit 28,000, that's just descent. So supersonic deceleration down to 28, because from 28,000 we're not allowed to break the sound barrier by using Concorde's procedures, we shouldn't be breaking it because it stresses out the airframe and overspeeds. So 28,000 feet is the lowest we can break the sound barrier. And so we don't want to go below that while still supersonic. So we prime it up first so that we know that's at that point we should be just starting to slow down. We're looking for 350 knots on the descent. We're going to throttle back so that the throttle center is on this little arrow here. This first arrow. We're going to put the throttles there, and we're going to pitch down initially to about 3,000 feet per minute. It's quite quick, and take it down, allowing the speed to drop off to 350. What else are we looking at doing? We're going to, as the speed drops out to 350, and then when it hits 350 we increase our descent rate to match that. But about 3,000 feet per minute will take you initially. If we are coming down anything below flight level 500, where we're then no longer in sort of the thin air where it's difficult to control the aircraft, we then can idle the throttle and take it away from that diamond to increase or decrease descent rate, which is fantastic because it means we can burn less fuel for us on this flight, and we can drop out the reverser buckets. So not the reversers, no throttle going through them, just the buckets on the inboard 2 engines, so not even all of them, just the inboard 2, as that will allow us to slow down the aircraft rapidly. So I just really, not really pan situation I made, just declares meaningful. Ah, okay. Interesting. I was when I was at the Concorde Museum a couple of days ago. I was sort of looking at a couple of weeks ago. Sorry, I was looking at stuff, and one of the sort of things they had up was not that long ago. When was it? I can't quite remember off the top of my head. It was in the 1990s. A Concorde declared it declared initially a pan, and that was after he had gone around once, and due to high winds landing at Heathrow, he hadn't been able to land, so he'd gone around. Just coming back from, I think it was coming back from JFK actually, and he declared a pan, and then on the final approach he declared a mayday. So it is fuel minimum. You're right. Maybe they must have been at lower fuel levels to declare a mayday. I think. Maybe sort of 5 tons or something like that, but they do it because of course that's pretty much the worst situation for an airliner, being out of fuel. You've got no options at all. you're going down. So it's pretty bad. Then I know what you mean. Okay, so we got the ILS put in, we got the digital height put in, the course is all set, we're ready to descend. We're just going to hold on. We're 223 miles. I'm going to wait till about 175 to begin descending. We're getting there, almost ready to go. Yes, sorry, yeah, you're right, there you go, yeah. Yeah, there you go, I thought I'd talk about different things, maybe, yeah. Below 10 tons, is it? Yeah. You don't want to do that. Oh, I got a ping there. Come help someone earn his S2 rating in LDD Tower, good luck. Well, I suppose off stream I might go say hi, see if we can get him his S2. Alrighty. Just through 200 there. We'll turn on the no smoking and seatbelt signs. Prepare the passengers for descent. Put the engines back into their climb ratings. And we'll begin our descent. Initial descent preparation. We're just standing by. Give them 2 minutes. Yeah, Chris, if you're in the UK, I mean, there's loads. And then if you're in France, there's quite a few near Paris. Hey, KC, yeah, I mean, KC will tell you about them. In France, there's quite a few Concorde stuff. Alright, we'll hang on for a little bit longer. Just through 190. We'll wait till 180 and that'll take us down. Oh. I always just keep doing that. Let's remember not to. Right, 28,000 feet primed up. Ready to go. Coming up to 180. Auto throttle off. Throttling back. Altitude acquire vertical speed. Barbados traffic speed of Concorde 273, beginning supersonic descent, supersonic decel, apologies, from flight level 600 down to flight level 280. Barbados traffic speed of Concorde 273, approximately 180 miles away from the island. Groovy. I made our little call on Vatsim simulator, and there we go, we're going down. 59,000, the speed you can see is starting to drop away. We're now no longer twice the speed of sound, sadly. It has to be left at some point. And there it was. We've got 20 tons of fuel on board. I'm not going to trim for descent. Just trimming for descent brings the fuel all the way to the very back to allow the nose to pitch up. So you have to have lots of fuel and you sort of half falling descent is the idea. To save fuel, we're not going to do that. I'm going to keep it trimmed forward, sort of. Well, not I say forward. It's still very far back, but a bit further forward than it would be, so that we're picking up speed rather than dropping. Are you not? Yeah, a bit far behind. Didn't hear me. Oh, interesting. Oh. I didn't think we were that far away. I'll show you. Hear me in a minute. Okay. 56,000. We're coming down. The speed's dropping off a little bit. Very nice. We're about to enter his airspace, actually, the Barbados controller.
Caution. Fuel status.
20 tons.
20 tons.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, it's getting low. So we're all set then as we begin our descent. I'm just concerned about our consumption of fuel. It's quite high. Preferably it'd be lower. We're burning quite a lot of fuel. Even descending. Yeah. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be quite close. Close now. 128 miles to that waypoint. Preferably at that waypoint, because we're sort of north of the island at that point. Decrease the branch a little bit. By that point on the waypoint, yeah, I lost the iPad there. By that point, because we're north of the island, we're sort of like here somewhere. We don't really want to be any higher than like 10,000. So we've got 120 miles to get down to 10,000, and we're just going through 50 there. So as we get through 50, I'm going to throttle back, increase our descent rate a little bit more. Miles to descend 40,000 feet. It's about 4,000. 12935. There's the contact. Is it Barbados? Ground? No, what is it? Barbados approach. Hello, Speedbird Concorde 273 with you. Supersonic acceleration from flight level 600 to flight level 280. Oh, is my microphone not working? Speedbird Concorde 273, Barbados approach. Huh. Oh.
Speedbird Concorde 273, Adams.
Speedbird Concorde 273, hello, sir. We're descending from flight level 600 to flight level 280.
Roger, recycle transponder code. Good morning.
Sorry, sir, would you mind saying the transponder code again for us?
2772, 2772.
2772, Speedbird Concorde 273, thank you. Cool, recycled. Noise is good.
Speedbird Concorde 273, confirm, squawking mode, Charlie.
Hey, Ferb, sir, we just recycled it there.
Concorde 273, your radar identified 97 nautical miles to the northeast of the Bravo Golf India VOR. Do you have an approach of choice today?
Negative, Speedbird Concorde 273.
Are you able to accept the RNAV runway 09 approach via Bannock?
Oh. Stand by, I'll check. Speedbird Concorde 273. RNAV. Sorry, sir, could you confirm runway 27 is in use, Speedbird Concorde 273?
Runway 09 in use.
Understood. Speedbird Concorde 273, unable RNAV, would prefer ILS runway 09.
Speedbird Concorde 273, roger. Expect vectors for the ILS runway 09 approach. You can continue descent down to 2,500 feet. Adams QNH 1016.
Continue descent 2,500, expecting the ILS with the QNH 1016 for Speedbird Concorde 273. 2,500 and we go 1016. Good. I think my mic must have been going up when you couldn't hear me. Because on the Charles told you to fuel trim descent when passing 300. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's sort of down to pilot's discretion, really. I think because it happens quite quickly in this, I sometimes leave it. When we're low on fuel here, all I want is I want to keep the nose fairly low so that I can keep the power back quite low. So I'll see. It is official. Oh no. I suppose, yeah, when the fuel's low, isn't it? It's like, you know, you've got to do whatever you can to get down on the ground. Well, there we go. We're powering back nicely, but we've got 60 miles to run. So we're quite high. So I'm going to increase our descent rate and power back. Power back 1 notch there. And just keep bringing it down. Starts to really bring the altitude down here. Speed's falling away quite rapidly. Sort of as we hit the thicker air, I think. 340 kilograms of fuel. Wow, that's properly low. ADS engine probe heaters on. That is really low, Casey. That's wow. I was told anything under 1 ton in an A320 is by a sort of pilot friend of mine who's saying anything under 1 ton is a sort of dangerous, you know, that's a mayday, that's a disaster. You're getting in big trouble for that. So that's 348. Wow, that's really low. Let's get down. We're going pretty high. We're pretty high, going pretty fast. Really increase the descent rate here. Weird boss, hi. How you doing? We're still losing speed, which is perfect.
Mach overspeed warning. Throttle back or climb.
We'll lose a bit more throttle there. We're still going too fast. Stand by for it. There we go. We're back out. And you ready, ladies and gentlemen? We're about to go subsonic here. Because I'm going for quite a steep descent rate. We're about to go subsonic. Ready any second now. Oh, there's the attachment. That's us going subsonic there. That's what that bump was. I'm pretty sure. And I think we hit the cloud layer as well. We might have got some turbulence. Alright, we're coming down, we're coming down. How are you doing, Cruz? You've begun descending. Yeah, he's coming down. We're doing quite a rapid descent here because I suddenly panicked because I realised we were quite high and quite fast. Oh. So there you go, we're going, because the speed was still increasing, I've lobbed out the buckets. And we're going to fuel trim for descent with the flight engineer.
Fuel trim to descent.
So the nose is going to pitch up, so what I'm going to do is take back in the buckets.
Reverser retracted.
And just idle the power. Alright, we'll put them back out.
Reverser deployed. Reverser retracted.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Reverser retracted. Reverser retracted.
Keep it back. Deployed. "24 miles to the north of the airport. We're high and fast. That's alright, we're coming down pretty quickly. I'm going to continue our deceleration because he told us 2,500. I'm going to keep us slowing down to 300 for now.
Reverser retracted. Wrong fuel trim. Should I change it?
And Barbados approaching, good afternoon, speedbird 272, heavy descending, flight level 270.
Speedbird Concorde 272, good morning, welcome aboard. Recycle transponder code 2735.
2735, Speedbird Concorde 272 heavy.
Alright, we're coming down, we're coming down. Cool, that's Cruz, he's behind us, he's on his way in. Fantastic. You came in from his post. Oh, thanks very much, Cruz. That's really appreciated.
Speedbird Concorde 272, radar identified 100 nautical miles to the northeast of the Bravo Golf India VOR. You can commence your descent down to 3,000 feet, Adams QNH 1016. Expect vectors for the ILS runway 09 approach.
Roger, down at 3,000 feet, QNH 1016 and expected ILS runway 09 approach, Supersonic Concorde 272 heavy.
Okay, here we are, arriving at the north of the airfield. I'm reducing our descent rate there. We're about to puncture through 10,000 feet, so we're going to keep the speed rolling on back. Thick cloud we're coming through here, so I'm going to turn on the landing lights to get us through. Come out the landing lights, there they are in the wing routes, and bam, they're on. 9,000 feet, 280 knots. Down comes the visor. Reducing descent rate further.
Reverser retracted.
About 1,500 feet per minute there. A bit lower, and we're going to get the flight engineer to trim for landing.
Fuel trim to landing.
We want the weight heading forward on the aircraft now. To keep that nose down so we don't have to put the nose down, which is even more inefficient for flying, so it's just about balancing it so that we don't have to waste fuel. Brake fans can go on, and the engines can go into the approach mode. Fuel valves and everything are all on. We can turn off the de-air pumps here and the de-air pumps there, because when there's no fuel on board, might as well turn them off. 5A and 7A can go off. And we are all good. What our brake temperatures are looking at? Brake temperatures looking at about 20 degrees. That's perfect. Looking for to hold 250, just around the head of the island here. Four miles to go. 7,000 feet. Very nice. The nose is 5 degrees. Because the nose isn't currently at 5 degrees, if I put it down, the end of the nose would be pulling down, so you get a big pull on the nose. And in real life, that would damage it mechanically, because the airflow would be so strong, it would be pulling the nose, sort of almost trying to grip it underneath the aircraft. So we don't want to do that yet.
Concorde 273, right turn heading 240.
Right, heading 240, it's been called 273. All the way around again. So interestingly, this is an ICAO airfield, because they use QNH, not hectopascal. These are 8 hectopascals rather than QNH, pretty sure. Which is interesting. I mean, often you think of the American airfields, but it's all ICAO around here, because I don't really know why, but they are. So we can use British phraseology, which is very helpful for us, at least. Right, we're still descending down. Big landing lights are on. Approach procedures-wise, we went through it earlier, but we're just going to continue on. We've still got the 101 and the 091 set up, so that's all ready to go. We're going to switch to rad now, on both of these. 16 tons of fuel. That's fine, that's plenty. Sure, that's plenty, that's plenty. Seatbelt signs are on, engines are in climb, heaters that are required are on. I'm happy with the lights. When we drop the gear, I'm going to switch the landing and taxi lights on the gear and take off the main landing lights, because they're not required. It's a sunny day. Well, quite cloudy, but it's quite bright. Cool. 3,000 feet then, we're coming down, getting lower. Brake fans are on. The limiters are high. Cross speeds are off. We're ready for landing, we are. We are all cleaned up and perfectly coming in. Where is Cozy behind us? Ah, he's on his way in. There he is. Descent's worked out quite nicely there, actually. Not too high. We're just about perfect. So there we go, it's levelling off. 5 degrees and above, we can lower the nose. And if we click here now, the landing speeds are just calculated in there. So the landing speeds are there, so our approach speed is going to be green. Over the threshold speed is yellow, and our touchdown speed is 160. So looking for 220, we're going to start slowing up to, but then 190 is our approach speed. Very nice.
Speedboat Concorde 273, left turn heading 180.
Left turn heading 180, Speedboat Concorde 273. Round we go. Oh, wrong one. Oh, well. I'll reset that one. What was it? 091. When he said, do you want the RNAV, I was like, yeah. That's the one thing we can't do in this plane. We'd have to program in all the individual waypoints. So we're not capable of doing RNAVs. Do VORs and everything like that in ILS, but RNAVs, a little bit shady. So we can try and avoid them. Lots of power on there, 15 tons. Ready for the call out from the engineer. He gets quite panicky when you start getting this low.
Speedboat Concorde 272, you're pretty far off of that altitude. You can keep your speed up.
Yeah, roger that. We can keep the speed up first. Speedboat 272 area.
Trim altitude is all on. The engine valve rating for the flight. The lights are all on. Oh, yeah, there goes the fuel. Fuel warning. That's right. We're not far away now at all. Tracking parallel, ready to make the turn.
Speedboat Concorde 27, left turn to a heading of 110. You cleared for the ILS runway 09 approach. Report established.
Left turn 110, we're cleared for the ILS approach runway 09. Report established. Speedboat Concorde 273. Cool. Around we go. Deviating slightly from 2,500, we'll go around turn. That's right. There we go, 210 is selected. We're ready to acquire. Arming VOR lock. Oh, sorry, actually holding track heading for a little bit longer. Arm the glide slope. With altitude hold on. Sorry, I'm doing this all a little bit too, I'm being preemptive here. You want to arm the glide slope as it gets closer. If you do it too early, the plane sort of does like a weird descent and it has no autopilot on holding the altitude. And it can get a little bit weird. I want to avoid that at all costs. Now we might start to pick it up. We're still a bit far away though. Well, we've got the direction coming in. There it goes. VOR lock. Should sweep in left. Wait for it. Come on. Go across. Go on. Go left. There we go. It's a bit late now. Is it operated above 2,000 feet? Yeah, yeah. Well, I sort of, yeah, I don't know how they did it in real life. Below 10,000, you're supposed to put the visor down, because the idea was that you could see more planes. Localizer captured for Speedboat Concorde 273. And then the nose, I assume they put down whenever it was optimal to put it down.
13 knots, runway 09, clear to land.
Clear to land runway 09, Speedboat Concorde 273. I left the glide a little bit late there, we're a little bit high above it. It'll start dropping us down. I'm going to slow down. 200 knots. Oh, was not operated. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Oh, so maybe so they left the nose. Wow, okay. Wow, yeah, it's quite late actually, isn't it? Because we're thinking we're just going through 2000 now. It would feel quite late to suddenly do that. Thank you very much, Chris. Keep slowing down. 190 is our final approach speed. Dropping the full nose and gear down. So the gear going on, them on, and them off. Change of landing lights to nose wheel lights there, because the landing lights are too far out and we don't need them for today's flight. It's quite bright. So that's fine to have them off.
Gear down. 4 greens.
4 greens. All good. All happy. Aircraft seems all good to land. They're all good to land. Switch to the taxi map so that when we're on the ground we can see where we're going. I think I'll take manual control.
Autopilot off.
Here we go. Autopilot off. On the left, slow down to about 185. Bring it down to 180. And turn the flight directors off. So we can see exactly where the nose is going.
feet.
Ooh, a little bit low.
400.
Just a tad low here. And then we're getting a bit high there. There's sort of a slight hill down towards the runway here at Barbados.
200 feet.
Which I can just about remember. There it is.
100.
A little bit of a crosswind.
50 feet.
Starting to allow the speed to drop.
20.
0. Idle throttle. Oh, it's going to be hard. Oh, yeah. It's been a long time since I landed this one. Oh, that was a serious bounce. Whee. Keep lowering the nose. Lower the nose. Going down. Keep going down. Go on. Down you go. That was not a pretty sight. Back off reverses there. Goodness me, I wonder why it was so, the nose held up for so long. Interesting. Oh well, that was an unfortunate way.
273, welcome to Barbados. You're on time, 19er, vacate active on Foxtrot. Contact ground 121.9, see you next time.
Vacating onto the off Foxtrot, we'll contact the ground. Thanks very much, People Concorde 273. Bit of power, get off this runway. At the rate those Olympus engines are guzzling the fuel, not really surprising. Yeah. Alright, roll it off. And ground. People Concorde 273 just vacated off Foxtrot. Thanks very much for waiting.
Speedboat Concorde 273, taxi to stand of choice via Foxtrot and Alpha.
Foxtrot and Alpha to stand of choice. People Concorde 273. Thank you. Right, don't say anything in the chat. That was a rubbish landing. We'll watch the replay because it's funny, but that was I do promise I was doing better the other day. Wow, that hurt. That landing did. That really hurt. Whoa. Right, Krez, we're watching you. Hopefully you can do something better than that. Right, where should we park? I guess fairly close in. We want to be like near the main stands and everything. We turn off the taxi light. We don't need. Oh, I'll leave it on actually. It's a little bit dark. Auto ignition, auto throttle can go off. Anti-collision lights can go off. Pressure static heaters and ABS engine probe heaters can go off. We can turn on the limiters. We don't want to blast away anyone. Turn the engine control schedule to normal. What kind of weight were we landing at? 100 tons or so, yeah. Quite heavy, and yet not that heavy. Do you know what I mean? It's heavy for an airliner, but then not that heavy for a Concorde. Right, we'll turn it to stand 12. I like this stand. And as we do so, turn the nose lights off. Spin it in. Oh, I've overshot that quite a lot. Right, what I'm going to do, weirdly, is I'm going to lower the nose to full. And I'm going to bring it to stop, watch the replay, because it's still a while away. And then shut down and watch him land. Set flight brake. Turn on the lights. Don't worry, there's logic to my madness, you'll see. Supersonic Concorde 273 disconnecting. Thanks very much for the service. Bye-bye.
No problem, thanks for flying in. See you.
We disconnect. Let's have a look at this replay. And then we'll hop back on and watch him land. Let's have a look. Come on, out of the way. There we go. Zip that one back. Who is that? Ah, thank you very much for the sub. 868 Simulations. Oh, bit too far, bit too far. Oh well, we'll set it on from there. Tavi. Right, this is a bit of a thud of a landing. You're way too far out, leveled off too early. Just oh no. Yeah. It does, as Black Knight said, it burns a lot of fuel. Just when it's sort of like bumbling around at low altitude, it burns a lot of fuel. So we flared just too much, look, and then oh yeah, and look at that bounce. Yuff, that would have been. We didn't tail strike though. That was quite good. We didn't tail strike. We had a serious bounce, which would have been felt all throughout the cabin, but no severe strikes. No strikes. The rear wheel didn't have to touch either. That's all right. I'd count that as a successful landing. The nose was not dropping though. I didn't want it to slam, so I was still sort of like varying it to try and hold it at a nice level. But it's very difficult. It's quite didn't want to go down. Well, welcome to Barbados. Not bad. Not bad. Should we watch it from passenger view? See how bad it really was. Not that you can see much from Concorde's windows. That's about the extent of your view. Not bad view. Whoa. A serious thud for anyone. Right, we'll raise the nose and start shutting down. Cancel. 1, 2, 3. GPU, catering, stairs, fuel trucks. I get the baggage conveyors up. People want to get their stuff out of the aircraft. Nose cone all raised. And engine 2 shut down. Boost conditioning valves go off. Hydraulics go off. Electro SSB is opened. And the electricals on here are shut down. Feed pumps go off. We'll connect back up to the Vatsim just to have a look at what's going on. But that's it. Welcome to Barbados. Bit of an arrival, but at least the types don't go. Great stream. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Yeah, it was a bit of an arrival. It's a shame I did that on stream, actually. I've been flying back and forth from JFK for a couple of while now. It's I can tell you it's not been that bad. It's not been that bad. So it was slightly disappointing. That's all right. Brake fans can go off. The brake temperatures are quite low, so that's fine. Happy with that. We'll shut down, and I think lights are off. Nav lights go off. Seatbelt signs come off. Drain master heaters can go off. It's quite hot here, I'm sure. Difficult bird to land. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? It is. Oh, wait, where are the stairs? They're walking off to nowhere. Get the stairs. Ah, there we go. I was going to say, I don't think they made it. But they did. The swarm that is starts to surround the aircraft at this point. 2 fuel trucks. That's quite a lot of fuel. Problem is, they're tanks, aren't they? They're not pumps. They're actually tanked fuel, which is going to require a lot of fuel. What else can you do? I suppose. What, service van? Oh, that's quite good. We'll turn the service van on. Engine door, might as well open that one. Let's have a look at what the engine looks like. Very cool. You see the Olympuses there. So as we switch to free camera, we can have a little zoom around. That's pretty cool. See the wheels there? Loves the sky too much, yeah, doesn't it? The ground effect is really strong, yeah, it loves the staying in the air. Oh, we've got to open the refuel panels, they haven't got anywhere to put them in. There we go, there go the fuel panels. Opened up. They're plugged in. Got baggage guy up here, look. Oh, we need to open the service door, he hasn't got anywhere to unload the bags. This one there. Oh, it's cargo at the back, sorry. That's the one he wants. Oh, that's quite interesting. I haven't seen that before, actually. So, free camera got stuck on the ground there, but that's quite interesting. I didn't really know that existed, a little cargo thing in the back of the aircraft, actually. I'm sure most of you guys did. I didn't know that was there. That's quite cool. And then into the aircraft. The catering team have come. It is small. And then all the passengers, of course, disembarking down the beautiful steps and catching that shot of Concorde. Everybody loves that. That is a good holiday shot. So Mr. Cruz, is he on his way in then? He must be getting close now. Ah, he's tracking along sideways. We can see him coming along level with the airport there. 1,000 feet, wow. You still got fuel on board. Let's go to Tower View. Top of the airport here. You see bits of the airport there, that's quite funny. Right, where is he? If he's over there, somewhere out here. Oh, he's on finals. Oh, of course, the runway's orientated like that. Ah, right, that's why he's so low as well. Okay, here he comes, he's coming in. Oh, is it go around? No. Ooh. My model matchmaking for Concorde, I think I might delete it, but then you have to look at the 747s and things, so it's quite nice to look at Concorde. Yeah. I guess the model matchmaking. As I said, it's like 100 feet behind. You've got to imagine the plane is 100 foot ahead. Or so. Good scenery for Barbados. Tarmac and everything on this. This is nice. Seeing it's where we take Concorde a lot, it's quite cool to have paper scenery for it. Don't worry, look quite a good landing. The problem is the model matchmaking is sending you into the ground. I'm sure that was very good. Yeah, I'm sure that was fine. Welcome to Barbados. It's a shame. It's not a shame. He's model matched in our Air France, isn't he? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And there they are, the two Concords. That's a good shot. That's a good screenshot. Get that one off.
And the Barbados ground, good afternoon. Speedbird Concorde 272 Heavy, just clear runway 09.
Oh, I've left the batteries on.
Speedbird Concorde 272, taxi to stand of choice via Alpha.
And a choice via Alpha, Speedbird Concorde 272 Heavy, thank you.
Very nice. He's coming in. So I will begin to wrap it up there then. Thanks very much, everybody, for watching. Thanks very much. Big shout out to Mr. Chris Simulation, who's flown along with us and advertised the stream. So thank you so much. It's fantastic. It's really, your effort is much appreciated. It's fantastic. Thank you. So yeah, do go hit. He's got a YouTube channel, so do go check that one out. It's really, really good. So thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I've seen the fact. It's Gerald. Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you. I'm going to be heading over into Discord after this one. So I'll be over there and I'll say hi. So do come say hi in the server. So thanks very much, everybody. It was really good fun. So we'll see you all again soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye from me.